Everybody, please take your seats. Okay, please find your seats and then we can get started. Perfect. Just on time. Thank you very much. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good day yesterday for those who were here. I hope you're feeling rested. I know some of you went out late. I was smart. I went back home. I asked my wife today if I should put on a tie. She said no, it's casual Friday. But then I was thinking on the way here, on the metro was delayed, so I was stuck for 45 minutes on the metro. And I'm thinking, is there such a thing as casual Friday in the armed forces? I'm not sure. I'm not sure they take off their ties. Okay, there is. Okay. We'll see when you get on stage soon, whether or not that holds true. And I'm also thinking, I don't think casual Friday actually translates to Norway. I don't think we have a term for casual Friday. And this speaks actually, this is not only an anecdote, but it speaks to this conference, right? Linking the Nordic Arctic and linking to the North American part of the Arctic. Also in terms of cultural differences. And I was thinking, why is there no casual Friday in Norway? It's because we are casual every day. So there you have it. This panel is, as I already alluded to, focused on operational dimensions. And for those of you who weren't here for the first day yesterday, you can watch it again and again and again online if you feel inclined. It's being streamed right now, this as well. The first day was focused on, the first panel was focused on the more political, overarching topics of this conference, which, again, to repeat myself, is the first iteration of an Arctic Security Conference. And as was also highlighted yesterday, the point of this is to try to look at Arctic security, and you heard yesterday how Arctic security can mean different things depending on whom you ask, but try to look at it in a circumpolar context. And often that's difficult when you look at the operational perspective, right? You then tend to narrow down very quickly to what actually matters in your vicinity, which very seldom is all of the circumpolar area. But still, we will try to have a discussion, a debate about similarities and differences, also with that perspective in mind. And to lead our first session, and to lead this session on the operational perspective, we have the Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee. They are a partner in this conference as well. And actually, I don't know if you saw the news yesterday that Jens Stoltenberg will be the new head of the Munich Security Conference. It's the smaller version of this. We are. Last week, Gjert was actually sitting with Jens here in Oslo, discussing exactly these issues, also related to the High North, to Russia. So I hope we can also draw on some of that experience, Gjert. So Gjert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome back after a fascinating day yesterday, I must say. It was very interesting. All the panels had great debates. And I really hope that we will follow up today. I will have half an hour this morning, first with our State Secretary from the Norwegian Ministry of Defense, Anne-Marie Aanerud. Please come up to the floor. Take a seat. And Iris Ferguson, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Arctic and Global Resilience from the US Department of Defense. Please come up to the floor. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
We are going to look at Arctic operations, the defense and security perspective. The international security situation is more unstable, unpredictable, and dangerous than it has been for a very long time. This is also felt in the Arctic. And yesterday, in the final panel, we also heard that the war in Ukraine is affecting the situation in the Arctic, particularly in the European Arctic, as we heard from our journalists. Russia is launching missiles from our region to reach Ukraine. So, in a way, the Arctic security is globalized in a way. I would like to ask you, Anne Maria, what is the security situation in our high north exactly now, in this minute? I know that Russia has a huge military exercise, naval exercise, and they are operating just as they did before the Ukrainian war, aren't they?
So, overall, the picture of the security situation in the high north is that the high north is stable. That being said, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and Russia's war in Ukraine has dramatically changed the security situation in Europe. And that tension is also being felt in the high north. So there are four developments I want to highlight to give you a more nuanced picture of the stable situation. First of all, Russia is now relying more heavily on a nuclear deterrence strategy as a result of its war in Ukraine, where it has become conventionally weakened, especially on the land side. And a substantial amount of Russian nuclear capabilities are located on the Kola Peninsula in the high north, right next to the Norwegian border. Secondly, Russia, as a result of its war in Ukraine, has become more dependent on its northern fleet because its Black Sea fleet is now locked in the Black Sea. And in the Baltic Sea, Russia is now surrounded by NATO allies, as Sweden and Finland has joined NATO. And that will make access to the Atlantic through the Baltic Sea more difficult for Russia in case of crisis or war. So it is more dependent on accessing the Atlantic and being able to project naval power through the northern fleet. Thirdly, climate change is changing the Arctic region very rapidly. Climate change is happening several times faster in the Arctic than in the rest of the world. That makes this area more accessible, not only for civilian purposes, but also for military purposes and for more actors than it has been so far. So we can expect more activity in this region and also more great power competition in this region in the years to come, which is linked to my fourth point, which is China. China is showing a greater interest in being present in the Arctic and in having several types of activity in the Arctic. And Norway follows especially close the strategic relationship and partnership between China and Russia that is developing, again, as a consequence of Russia's war in Ukraine. So Russia's war in Ukraine has profoundly affected the security situation in the high north, even though the security situation is still stable. We can sort of see dark skies on the horizon, if I can use that picture. We should expect more competition, and we should also be aware that there is increased likelihood of misunderstandings and unintended escalation in this area. So that will be, in 5 minutes, my summing up of the security situation in the High North right now.
Great. Does this mean that we find ourselves in a security dilemma that is a potential conflict spiral?
I'd say, again, the security situation is fairly stable in the High North, but as we have, so there are fewer links of communication between Russia and the West. There are fewer arenas where we meet. We don't really talk on a political level anymore. There are a few military lines of communication open still that we use to de-escalate very specific issues. But we are controlling the situation, I think, in a fairly good way. And for now, the situation is manageable, and I think Norway, together with allies, is doing a pretty good job at keeping that situation stable.
And Norway has kept its channels for communication with the Russians, also cooperating on search and rescue, fishery management, and we still have some kind of a hotline between our joint command in Bodø and the Northern Fleet.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Exactly. We have a few lines of military communication open still. They have to do with search and rescue, as you pointed out. It also has to do with border control, Coast Guard, and the hotline between the Russia's Northern Fleet and Norwegian joint headquarters in Bodø is still open. But we see that the lack of general communication and talks between Russia and the Western countries has an impact on our understanding of Russia and of Russia's understanding of Scandinavian countries and Western countries.
And in a way, the trust is gone. Please, Ferguson, is this at all comparable to what you are seeing in your area?
Yeah, no, thanks, and thanks for having me here today. This is a really great forum, and I can completely empathize with the starting of something new, and that it comes with all sorts of challenges to create a new forum that brings together both the MFA and the MOD sides, but I think it's increasingly important that we force these conversations to be happening because they're not isolated to political channels or just to military channels. We all need to be convening more on these topics. So yeah, just from the United States perspective, we recently came out with a new DoD Arctic strategy that just was launched this past summer, and we talked through a lot of the changes that are taking place. One of the reasons why we felt there was a need to put out a new strategy was because the world has changed so profoundly in the last half decade since we were able to put out the last one. You've talked through several of the strategic environmental changes that we've seen in our side as well. We continue to monitor the activity of Russia. We think that they still pose a very acute threat to the United States. We talk about that in the strategy. We talk about the role that China is playing in trying to shape international governance in the region, but also the increasing alignment that we see between the PRC and Russia. And that is something that's new and something that is certainly happening more, I think, on our side of the Arctic, along off the coast of Alaska. But it's also why it's so important, again, to bring together these two sides of the Arctic, because we need to. It's important that we have to the extent, a pan-Arctic view of the scenario, recognizing that we have very different geographies that we're trying to manage, very different climates, very different people and infrastructure. So it's just really important that we continue to talk and ensure that we are both all seeing threats the same way. We also talk about climate change, of course, because that is the undercurrent of what is driving so much of the activity in the region. And the enlargement of NATO is also very profound. Just the fact that we have 2 new members and that all of our like-minded nations are now Arctic allies is very profound. And there's high levels of geopolitical and also highly capable military alignment. And so that we're seeing things that are fairly similar, I would say, but also we have increasing concerns around what's happening in and around Alaska. And just briefly on what we're trying to do with our strategy. We laid out not only the strategic environment, but what are we going to do from there? What do we need to invest in? And we anchor it around a monitor and respond approach, which is fairly simple. Do we have what we need to monitor effectively in the region? And do we have what we need to respond should a threat come about? And so we've anchored it around 3 E's. 1, enhancing our capabilities. 2, engaging with allies and partners. And 3, exercising, recognizing that you can't just simply show up to the region and expect to thrive, let alone survive. So you've got to actually exercise with partners, especially if you're looking for interoperability efforts.
Yeah. The new Arctic strategy, I think every US administration have an Arctic strategy. Does such strategies have operational implications that differ from strategy to strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this one in particular has some newness to it. I've already talked about how we describe the strategic environment a little bit differently in terms of talking about the role of the PRC and some of the alignment between the PRC and Russia. But we also, there's several new things that we're trying to, I guess, champion within the strategy itself. And I can kind of anchor them to our 3 E's as well. In terms of enhancing capabilities, I think we're really trying to champion new technology that we should be leveraging, especially in the space domain. The space architecture is so critical for Arctic operations. And honestly, we have to be intentional in putting assets up in the polar region because it is not what we have standardly done, at least for the United States. So we're really being intentional in making sure that we have polar coverage and leveraging commercial technology, especially around communications architecture and bringing communications for the first time. It's a great story of the partnership with Norway and the United States. Just about a month ago, we launched a satellite together out in Vandenberg. I was unfortunately not able to be there in person, but it looked amazing. For the Arctic Satellite Broadband Network, that was a partnership that we had where we put a payload on a Norwegian satellite for the first time. It helped us because it saved us some money, but it also is bringing strategic communications for some of our users for the first time ever, collectively for the Arctic region. And so I know that there's more space cooperation for us in the future, but we're trying to push on innovation where we can. We're also organizing ourselves differently. My office is a great example of that. We were just created 2 years ago within the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy, and just having a focal point within DoD to drive this is actually a very, very big deal and shouldn't be understated. We also are organizing at the ground level a little bit differently. I think we'll hear a little bit later from the operators' perspectives about the 11th Airborne that's in Alaska, in addition to reorganizing some of our interceptor squadrons to be dedicated specifically to homeland defense missions within Alaska. That's new. So doing a lot along those lines. And then just lastly, around partners, we're really trying to capitalize on our alignment with our NATO allies in particular. We've developed a new fora for our own purposes to try to talk to our like-minded partners, from my counterparts, to try to talk around Arctic security issues. And the Ted Stevens Center that was recently created as another new regional center for the Department of Defense has an amazing opportunity to help us continue to bring communities together, to continue to drive Arctic literacy, and also to host equivalent style fora to be able to drive Arctic security effort issues. Yeah.
You both highlighted the new role or China in the Arctic. Could you say something on the differences? How do you see China in our Arctic context? And then later for you.
So we, as I said earlier, we see China taking a greater interest in the Arctic region. We see China wanting to be more present in the Arctic region and also broadening its scope. But for now, it's important to put Russia and China in the Arctic into the right perspective. Russia is an Arctic power. It is present throughout the Arctic because it is located in the Arctic. It has some of its most important strategic military capabilities in the Arctic. It has a lot of its energy infrastructure and energy resources in the Arctic. Simply put, the Arctic is a very important region for Russia, and Russia is a very important power in the Arctic. And when it comes to China, I think the Arctic is more, or the increased interest from China in the Arctic comes more from China wanting to be a global power, being present everywhere, but it doesn't play the same kind of role in the Arctic as Russia does for now, and it probably won't in the foreseeable future because of its geography, because of its interests, and because of where it is located as opposed to where Russia is located.
And of course, they are different actors, Russia and China, both in size and scope and what they want to achieve in the Arctic. I don't know, in your area, they operate a bit differently.
Yeah, and I echo all of the sentiment that you have about them being very different actors and quite frankly having different intentions, I think, for the region. And it's important to kind of keep that, acknowledge those differences up front. But one of the things that we are seeing, especially around Alaska, is their increasing activity across diplomatic lenses, across economic lenses, but also military lenses. And that's where, when you're in the DoD, that's what you care about most, of course. Yeah. And so the exercises that have taken place over the last several years, where the two of them are doing joint exercises, the Surface Action Group that took place on the Maritime domain last year, and then just literally a week after we released our Arctic strategy, there was a joint bomber patrol off of the coast of Alaska between the two. That's signaling, and you can maybe argue how deep the cooperation is, quite frankly. I mean, we know what it's like to develop deep alliance and partnership. It takes years, it takes time, it takes personnel, it takes trust. You can't get that from just showing up to an airfield and taking off together. So I don't want to overstate the level of cooperation between them, but I do think it's something that we're keeping a keen eye on. But I also think we need to be vigilant as well as we look at their economic interests. We know that their investments in the Arctic have doubled over the last decade, and that they're increasingly knocking on doors to try to continue to have a presence, to normalize the presence, and just to know that oftentimes the commercial interests dovetail with military and state interests. It's not necessarily a clear line between. It just came from Kirkenes, where we were able to hear some of the stories of the local population, and I'm understanding that they're being approached by some of the commercial operators from China about increased presence there. These are tricky conversations, but we need to ensure that we're thinking about security, not just in the military domain, but as a society, that we need to be all thinking about security at all levels, including at the local level.
And I think this brings me over to the hybrid threats we see both from Russia and China in our high north. Is an increased activity of GPS jamming, cyber attacks, but also buying up property in nearby strategic areas. China tried to purchase some land on Svalbard. Is this different in your Arctic, or do we have the same challenges? I start with you.
as you mentioned, we have seen different approaches from Chinese actors to try to buy land or try to buy property in Svalbard, and then the Norwegian government has responded to that. But I think, and also we've seen some things happening in other places in Norway's high north. And I think, as our Prime Minister said last week, we need to be vigilant and we need to be aware of the long-term consequences of China's intentions and presence in Norway, especially in the high north, while at the same time trying to balance that with cooperating with China on issues such as climate change. But I think the Norwegian government has been, we are keeping a keen eye on what China is doing in Norway, and especially because we, at the same time as we see these attempts to buy property, attempts to be more present in Norway, we see that China is deepening its strategic partnership with Russia. And that is happening at the same time as the power balance between two countries is shifting in favor of China. And when we see what the Russian intentions towards the West is, that means we need to be very vigilant. And I won't speak to the US situation, but I guess you are seeing some of the same things.
It's a difficult balancing act with China. On one hand, as our Prime Minister has been visiting China, no, we're going to cooperate on climate change, we're going to cooperate on economic and trade. But on the other hand, they are challenging us because they don't share the same opinion about how the world should look like, or the values. They are very different. I don't know if it's how...
Yeah, I think this is equally tricky. I think, as a nation that is, wanting to make sure that the region maintains stability and peace, and that's our utmost goal. We want to be cognizant of what that requires, and we want to honestly cooperate with nations when we can. But I also think we need to recognize that there are times when we have to compete with one another. I think there's that inherent tension, and how we economically work with one another is an important factor. But one of the things that I think is really tricky about the Arctic region in particular is because so many of these communities are remote or far away, and some from the capital in some ways. Whether that's true or not is, I think, up to is depending on the location of the capital, of course. But for the U.S., we're in D.C., and when we talk about our Arctic, we're largely talking about Alaska, and that's a significant flight away. And I think that China can be opportunistic in trying to probe at local communities that are somewhat far away from the capital. And I think it's on governments themselves, and our government included, to ensure that we are remaining vigilant, that we spend the time in local communities to articulate the security concerns, and that we are also being respectful of these communities that really need some economic assistance or guidance for their own ability to thrive. So that tension, I think, is here to stay, but we need to be ever communicating with one another, because I don't think that these overtures are going to go away.
Time is running fast, so I have to end by asking the looming question: will we experience a war in the Arctic? I think that our foreign minister yesterday said that, quote, "I don't think the Arctic will be a cause of a conflict, but a cause can develop into a conflict in the Arctic." And I think that most experts, they sit here today with us, focusing on the Arctic, agree that a conflict will not start in the high north, or it's not that easy to see, but we will have the spillovers, but also miscalculations, of course, in a much higher tensioned world. How do you see this?
Well, I think I agree with that assessment. We don't see anything pointing in the direction right now of a conflict or a war erupting in the high north. But as I mentioned earlier, even though the security situation is stable and has been so throughout the full-scale Russian war in Ukraine, the situation is unpredictable. And I think there are many places or pretexts throughout Europe that can be used. And the High North is probably no exception. But that is why it is so important that we keep allied presence in this region. And that is why Norway really appreciates the US participating in operations and exercises in this area. We appreciate port visits by US Marines, US Navy, US Air Force. And we see other important allies also stepping up their activity in this region, which I think is absolutely crucial to us being able to keep the security situation stable. We have to signal to Russia that we intend to protect this area as we will protect any land area in Europe. And I think that is our best way of preventing conflict.
Yeah, because Norway is also a frontline nation to the Kola Peninsula, where Russia has its second strike capability.
Absolutely.
And its nukes.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I think echo again all of the brilliant words that you just mentioned as well. I think that our whole premise of our strategy is anchored around the idea of there not being conflict in the Arctic. What do we need to ensure that we don't ever have conflict in the Arctic? How do we keep the region peaceful and stable and secure? How do we monitor threats so that we can be aware of them and deter them if we need to, but make decisions? But the ally and partner piece of this is so important, and we've recently, have signed several different defense cooperation agreements with you all and the rest of our Nordic partners, which are really actually critical for us to further deepen our partnership, whether it be in prepositioning of materials or in allowing access for exercises. It builds interoperability with us. It really is important for us to continue the momentum that we've already started, because as we are only stronger, of course, when we work together. And I think if we're able to all be clear-eyed and kind of send the same message together as a unit, I think that'll probably be the most effective deterrent that we can have to ensure that there is no conflict ever in the region.
Thank you. Our time is up. Thank you for taking part in this opening, this second day of the conference, and for sharing your thoughts with us, Anne-Marie Aanerud and Iris Ferguson. This has been fascinating, and I'm looking forward to the debate with the other experts.
Thank you.
Good luck with your work.
Thank you.
So we will have a change of panel. We will look into the operational perspective. And I ask in this order, Megan Dean, Commander 7th Coast Guard District, Alaska, U.S. Coast Guard, to come up. Please, find a seat. Daniel Riviere, Commander Joint Task Force North, Yellowknife from Canada. Please find a seat. Caroline Hoefsmit, Leader Officer, Arctic Hub, NATO, Maritime Command, please. Then we have our friends from Finland, Sami Nurmi, Deputy Chief of Staff, Strategy, Finnish Defence Forces, please. And our Norwegian participant, Gjert Lage, Dyndal, Chief of Operations, Norwegian Defence Staff, please.
All well?
So, great to have you here.
Great to be here.
Do you have any observations, comments, or thoughts to the previous discussion? I'll start with you, Gjert Lage. These are the guys who's taking care of our daily security.
Excuse me, is this one on? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, of course, she's my boss, so I would like to challenge many of those perspectives now, for sure. But it's one thing that I'm kind of see on every conference that I'm always kind of picking on, and that is every conference I go to, even if it's in Poland or is it in Romania, the conflict is not starting here. That is something you always say from a local perspective. So I would like to challenge that perspective at least.
Okay.
Because we, as a military, at least we do not take that as an assumption. We're preparing for this could grow up in our region, or it could suddenly happen. And that is one of the dynamics in the High North, which I could come back to. So just a small challenge on that one. Thanks.
Okay, our second speaker.
Yeah, thank you, and good day, everybody, and thank you for having me here. Yeah, really good speakers before. I'm eating up my words that I thought I would begin with, but I will say it anyway. That I was here in the morning yesterday as well. I heard the policy part, which was really useful and helpful, preparing for this panel. There's a lot of talk about the blue water Arctic, the Arctic Sea, the water part of Arctic, and of course, coming from Finland, I would like to stress the land domain as well, as an Arctic part. I claim that Finland as a whole is an Arctic nation, not only above the polar circle, from Rovaniemi north, and that's also very important. The Norwegian State Secretary mentioned the presence of other countries, so that also covers the land area, especially in the north, Sweden, Norway, Finland, that we have to have regular exercises and cooperation with our allies. And then it's been kind of eye-opening for me during these two days to understand the difference between the U.S. Arctic and the kind of how we look at it here in the Nordics. So it's been really useful. Thanks.
I would jump to the Canadian side and ask Dean, what concerns the U.S. Coast Guard have in Alaska to the U.S. side, and then Canada, please.
Got it. So the first question.
Yeah.
Got it. So first of all, I wish somebody had told me it was Casual Friday. So just to provide a little perspective on, so I'm the commander of 17th Coast Guard District, which is based in Juneau, Alaska. So it has responsibility for Alaska and the U.S. Arctic. We have about 2,500 members assigned there, aircraft, ships, small boat stations, and we do, all 11 Coast Guard missions. So just wanted to provide a little context there when you say Coast Guard in Alaska. But, it'd be easy for me, I think, to go quickly tactical, because this is the operational group, and talk about, our operational level. Do we have enough ships? Do we have enough aircraft, the logistics, the infrastructure? But I think I'm going to spend a little time talking about what's driving operations in the U.S. Arctic, in Alaska. And a lot of the things I'm going to cover, we've covered yesterday, and we'll cover more again today. We're currently experiencing, unprecedented risk and opportunities across the Arctic. I say physical operation as well as geostrategic landscape. Climate change, obviously a factor for all of us across the U.S. Arctic region. It's manifested in a dynamic physical environment, extreme variability and unpredictability, amounts, time frame, location of ice. And this opens new opportunities. I think it's a good way to look at it, new opportunities, but also threatens the economic, environmental, food, and human security of those who live and work there. These changes are expanding accessibility and transforming the types, timeframes, and location of commercial activities. All I have to do is look out the window of my office at Juneau Harbor, and there's 5 cruise ships in there every day of the week during the season. I think I'm back in Miami most days. These changes in commercial activity included a surge in oil and gas exploration a decade ago, to the current expansion in the range of fisheries as our fish stocks continue to move north. A steady growth in all type of vessel transits, as I mentioned, through the region, and a significant expansion of what we call ecotourism over the past 5 years. These changes are in fact impacting the daily lives of our coastal community members, and particularly of our Alaska Natives. For example, the changes in the migration patterns we're seeing are forcing our subsistent hunters and fishermen further offshore and away from their traditional hunting grounds. So back to kind of that commercial activity. So the changes and expansions of commercial traffic, they are really elevating the risk in marine environmental protection, search and rescue, and the potential for illegal fisheries. And that's just to name a few. This is occurring in locations that are far away from where most of our legacy customers have operated in Alaska, which is really in the southern part of Alaska. And we're really working to better project our presence in more of an expeditionary fashion. So more to our northern and northwestern area of responsibility to deliver our mission services to the residents and waterway users that inhabit that part of Alaska. So just looking forward for the Coast Guard, I would say for the U.S., we'll need to build both the capability and capacity to project a persistent, visible, sovereign presence and to be able to deliver our services, both in ice-covered and ice-free U.S. Arctic year-round. We're currently dedicating a lot of our resources to do so and really looking to find better ways to project our presence with our largest ships and aircraft at the far ends of our lines of communications.
Do you face some of the similar security dilemmas as we in the Nordic part of the High North or Arctic?
Yes, so what was said in the previous panel resonated with me, and again, what was said yesterday. So I'd start off first with saying peace and prosperity depends on adherence to a rules-based international order, and that's particularly in the maritime domain, and we're not always seeing that in the U.S. Arctic and Alaska. As we see around the globe, state and non-state actors are really taking advantage of our governance gaps to poach natural resources, IUUF, for example, or attempt to intimidate others through incursions into sovereign waters. At the international level, meeting these challenges requires tireless work among our allies and partners in multilateral forums such as the Arctic Council and the International Maritime Organization. U.S. national guidance emphasizes the importance of both of these, as well as the Arctic Coast Guard Forum to enhancing national security for the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. So in the U.S. Arctic, the U.S. Coast Guard has observed and had at-sea engagements with a growing number of, I'd say, both our strategic partners as well as our competitors. So U.S. partners include, obviously, Canada, great partners, Japan and South Korea, and our competitors include both the People's Republic of China as well as Russia, as we've mentioned numerous times. So for the latter, so what we're observing from the U.S. Coast Guard perspective is a growing frequency and amount of Chinese and Russian presence, which includes both individual and combined military activities, has been stated, that have at times pushed the boundaries of acceptable professional behavior. In all these cases, the U.S. Coast Guard strives to meet that presence with presence. That is our goal, to meet presence with presence, both with ships as well as with aircraft, and to monitor the activity to ensure it meets international norms, and to protect the interests and activities of U.S. vessels in a de-escalatory manner. So I don't know if most people are aware, but in addition to the above-mentioned interactions with Russian vessel, it's important to note that the U.S. Coast Guard in Alaska has also maintained a decades-long working relationship with Russia's Border Guard Directorate for the Eastern Arctic District. So this relationship supports the U.S. national security strategy. It promotes regional maritime safety as well as security. And it really focuses narrowly on a set of missions along our shared maritime border for which we as coastal states have shared interest. And these include, again, search and rescue, fisheries law enforcement, as well as environmental response.
Thank you. How does it look from the Canadian side and the Canadian North, Riviere?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you so much for this invite to speak and to be with partners here this morning. It's awesome. Okay, I'm Commander Joint Task Force North, headquartered in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. So I'll stay within my operational box, which is my assigned area is from North Pole to anything north of 60, covering the 3 northern territories. So that's our operational box. There are 4 roles that we are assigned, essentially, not only Joint Task Force North, but any military activity in the North. The first one is to demonstrate visible and persistent presence north of 60. We have a very small and sparse footprint in our north, which is one main difference with our Arctic partners across the North Pole. Second role is to exercise surveillance and control, which we achieve through many means and ways, and I would say that the actual NORAD bilateral agreement is a big piece, military piece of that. The third role that we're assigned is to support northern people and communities, done through persistent engagements in the spirit of reconciliation with indigenous peoples. And number four is to contribute to whole of government cooperation. This is achieved through many means and many platforms, but I would say that going back to one of the main security challenges we have is as a result of climate change, the weather effects. You know, last summer we went through the most significant wildfires response there ever was in Canada, which implied evacuating the capital city of Yellowknife. That's 20,000 people. For a modest force like Canada, that was quite the challenge. Operationally establishing an air bridge to assist with the evacuation, and orderly evacuation was a major undertaking. That could not have been possible without the close partnership internal to Canada with the Coast Guard and other authorities. Four roles, but really my mission is to anticipate, plan, execute, sustain Canadian Armed Forces operation in our assigned AOR, which is the largest of any regional joint task force in Canada, in order to meet government's objectives, and it can be many. So, and I think we're doing well for a small team of operational folks. But to use the words of our Ambassador Baker yesterday morning, so the joint operations area is like 30% of the entire country's landmass, 75% of the littoral. It's 8 million square meters in footprint. I believe that for Norway it's 1.4, just to give a sense of time and space. I'm getting to the security concerns. So really, we have no concern. I think we're doing pretty well in that. No, this is not true. We do have concerns that are very similar to those of our allies, especially United States. We're very well aligned in policy, but also in action. So when it comes to our adversaries of Russia and China, we're very much aligned in concerns and approaches, I would say. The concern comes with 0.3% of the Canadian population is north of 60. 72 communities, 130,000 people, with lots of infrastructure in the west and Yukon, but not much in Nunavut and the east. So the principal concern for me, and I can speak for me, is, and I'll use the words that I've heard yesterday of military mobility. Our role is to employ forces from the southern Canada, and with a mandate to operate and do the missions pretty much anywhere. So it's complex terrain, it's lack of infrastructure, which creates a great opportunity for joint operations. But really, that's our ability to intervene or to have a crisis response in such a vast territory. That's the principal concern, operationally.
Yeah.
Yes?
Could you pinpoint a couple of changes that you have seen after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Do you see that in your region?
I would say that let's talk a bit about different domains. I challenge anyone to try and have a land invasion in the Canadian North. So it would end up being a challenge.
Noted. I feel secure now. You want a new job?
No, but it would end up being a search and rescue operation.
Different.
But really, in the air and the maritime domain, our adversaries have consistently continued to do what they've been doing forever. The air domain, the same. They will respect international airspace and all. What's new, it's the joint or the emerging jointness in that domain with China, which is posturing. It's a concern. It's something we need to watch. But I'd say that these aspects have not really changed. What has changed is the jointness with China, between Russia and China in the air domain.
Okay.
What has changed, if I may, though, is locally. It might be a bit of a political insecurity with regards to what has been happening there. I would say that our politicians at the federal level did a very good job at engaging recently, based on our new our North Strong and Free defense policy, at engaging the territorial premiers and actually in a not in an open source type, but really at a classified level about these threats, these security challenges to close the gap and to reassure about insecurities. So really, have things changed really? More concerns, but these are some things that we watch closely.
Do you share those concerns from a NATO side, Hoefsmit? You are sitting there following the Arctic, and how you see the Arctic outlook is changing.
Yes, so I work in the NATO Maritime Command in Northwood, just outside London. So I can very much speak from a maritime perspective rather than from the land perspective. But
the blue water Arctic.
The blue water Arctic, yes.
We will come back to the land masses.
And that's also why we very much in our command are starting looking at it. So I'm part of a team that's doing horizon scanning, emerging threats, and hence the Arctic. So that's where we came to it. Do we see a change? Yes, we see a change, and no, we don't see a change. So I think the Kola Peninsula, as has been stated before, is still in the same place, and the threat that it poses for the sea lines of communications from the America. From North America to Europe, that is still very much there. What has changed is, I think, NATO's response, and I think we've really stepped up and accelerated the implementation of NATO's concept of deterrence and defense for the Euro-Atlantic area. And this is a 360-degree operational concept, which covers the 5 domains, so air, maritime, land, space, and cyber. And we've got 3 core tasks, so defense and deterrence, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security. And the implementation of this policy is being done in 3 regional plans. And one of those regional plans is the Regional Plan Northwest, which is currently executed by the Joint Forces Command in Norfolk, and they're co-located with the US Second Fleet. And what we see is that those regional plans are implemented very swiftly. And the Arctic falls under our regional plans Northwest. So that's very much the European Arctic, because the High North, because that's the part that falls under the SACEUR's area of responsibility, rather than the American Arctic. So that's one thing we see. Of course, the accession of Sweden and Finland has been an enormous geopolitical boost to the alliance. We very much have welcomed our new allies. They bring to the table an awful lot in form of capabilities, expertise, but I think what cannot be underestimated is their local knowledge of the region. So that has been brilliant. The transition has been very smooth, I must say. So from the day that they announced the willingness to come on board, we already had a lot of liaison officers from Sweden and from Finland in London, but the ties were already there, and we have been doing exercises together for many years, and we have worked together in all sorts of different partnerships. So the very smooth transition. And for instance, in May we saw the participation of the Swedish submarine in one of our anti-submarine warfare exercises, which was conducted in the GIUK gap. Exercise Dynamic Mongoose. And of course, the Finns and the Swedes take part in historic ordnance disposal, which we do very much in the Baltic, getting rid of those historic ordnance from former wars to make the sea a better and a safer place for all of us. So those are some of the changes we see. And last but not least, we do see changes in the hybrid sphere. And very much in the maritime, we see it very much as attempts to disrupt our critical underwater infrastructure. And one of the new initiatives that was highlighted in Vilnius is setting up the Maritime Center for the Security of Critical Underwater Infrastructure. And that has now been stood up, and the first meetings have been taken place, and a network has been set up, and that is one of the teams in the Maritime, in the Allied Maritime Command in Northwood is taking care of that. So that's a brilliant new initiative. And definitely a change after the invasion of Ukraine.
Huge interest to Norway, not least.
Yeah.
Could you say it's an allied cohesion concerning northern issues?
I think with the accession of Sweden and Finland, I think the alliance has been stronger than ever before and more coherent than ever before.
Okay.
So, and within the alliance, we very much all stand behind the same concept of deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. So we're there to deter and defend every inch of our AOR. Yeah.
Nurmi from Finland, not only blue water Arctic, you bring a lot of land masses into NATO. Could you explain the changing occurring in Finland's strategic outlook with regard to the High North or the Arctic?
Yeah, thank you. With a pleasure, of course. Landmass, nothing compared to Canada, but anyway. But I have to comment the Casual Friday.
Not that much ice either.
Yeah. Casual Friday thing, Andreas, thank you for the note, and I didn't get it, but I'm still wearing civilians. I was going to demonstrate it and take my tie off, but then it's Norwegian colors, so I will keep it on.
Well, we appreciate that.
Thanks. Yeah, so 1 year, 5 months, and 9 days. That's how long Finland has been member of NATO. There are some countries here that have been 75 years. And of course, it's a long learning process. And I would say that we're not quite ready yet. There's I would say some countries that have been there 75 years that are not ready yet. So it's an ongoing process. And depending on how the security environment develops, capabilities develop, and so on, that's work to be done. But thank you for the kind words from Northwood, and I think we're doing quite well with Sweden. And of course, when we're in Norway, you always have to say, "Sorry, Swedes in the audience, we made it a bit before you." NATO, and this is, of course, when we talk about ice hockey, skiing, and all that, it's very important. I will have several bad jokes during there, so don't take them personally.
Ski joke.
So where would I begin? I had a picture, and I don't know if we can get it up there. If not, I will just talk through it.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought, because I didn't see any pictures yesterday, so I thought I would amuse you with one picture, and this is the only picture I have.
Great.
And it kind of brings in the landmass as well. But the first point is, what do we see on the map? We see an area without borders. This is a different way to look at it. You can turn the map around any way you want. And sorry, by the way, panelists, you're not able to maybe see it, but it's an important kind of fact that this is how we should think about this area, that we have to really cooperate closely with allies in this area without borders. Then you have the red lines or red circles in the map. What are they? They are strategically important areas for Russia. So from Russia's perspective, is there something new? Maybe. There are a lot of old, but if you start from the top, Koala Peninsula has been mentioned already a few times today, and I fully agree with the State Secretary, Norwegian State Secretary's analysis that the situation has changed in this area in the north in that way that Russia is challenged in the Baltic, because all the other countries around the Baltic Sea are now NATO members, and Russia is the only one that is not. And Russia is, of course, not stupid in a way that it understands this situation, which in my personal view emphasizes the importance of the Koala Peninsula in the future, militarily, operationally, strategically. And it's also not said so often, but Baltic Sea is vital to Russia commercially. St. Petersburg, which is below there, the third circle, is 5.5 million people, commercially absolutely vital. The import-export through St. Petersburg to Moscow is also important for Russia. And this is kind of a point that, do they really want to challenge NATO in the Baltic Sea in the future? That's a good question. Then you have, of course, more Baltic-oriented, the Åland Islands, which we can happily discuss. It's always an interesting issue. Gotland and Danish Straits, and then going up Gjert corridor and so forth. So this just emphasizes kind of the military strategic importance of the area, not only for the Nordic countries, but for the whole alliance. And I use this picture a lot, and you can talk about it for half an hour, but I think it's well explains the situation. Some old, but some new things. And the most important, I of course forgot to mention, is the border. So we have talked about long border with Russia. So it's 1,343 or 1,344 kilometers long, depending on the source. So that's long. We understand it. More than doubled the border with NATO, Russia border with NATO when we joined. And it's also, we have to remember, it's a NATO border, it's EU border, it's Finland's border. So it's very important, of course, for Finland, but also for the alliance in the future. And note, all the border crossings, talking about hybrid, all the border crossings from Russia to Finland, from Finland to Russia today are closed. It's a political decision that they are closed because of the operations with illegal immigration that Russia was doing towards Finland late last year, early this year. And it's a tricky situation with the border also in the future. At some point, we have to consider, are we able to open it or not? And note, at the same time, Norway is not experiencing the same kind of influx of illegal immigration that we did, and neither is Estonia.
Not at the moment.
So it was clearly directed towards Finland. Of course, we had the experience in 15 and 16 earlier, but this one was only towards Finland. So this is the big change, I would say. I guess we will discuss the cooperation bit.
I would like to come back to that, because if you look at your wonderful map, you see Norway, Sweden, and Finland is like a strategic island.
Yeah.
So what does this mean for our cooperation and the possibilities of cooperation? How have you thought about that in the year that has gone since you entered? Of course, we have been cooperating a long time before, but
absolutely.
This opens new doors for cooperation.
Absolutely, and okay, I could talk for a long time about this. But we have, of course, the bilateral and multilateral cooperation that is the basis. And we have had a very close cooperation with Sweden already since 2014. That's when we announced that we would start operational planning together, but no security commitments. And then also, of course, now with Norway, with the alliance, it's getting closer, and it will be more and more important in the future. Then we have the trilateral, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and also important. Then we have the Nordcaps, Nordic Defense Cooperation. Sorry, Nordcaps, that was the old thing. Nordic Defence Cooperation, Nordefco. I was here already when we
Things
had
are happening
Nordcaps.
so quick.
So, yeah, that was 20 years ago. But anyway, the Nordefco it's always been a good forum for cooperation, but in the future, there's huge possibilities to develop the Nordefco cooperation. Also, operationally, the fact that we are now all members changes the whole dynamics within Nordefco. Then, of course, we have the US, UK. But one thing that I don't think was mentioned here is that with the US, all the Nordics either made the DCA agreement in December last year, and I think Norway updated its DCA in the beginning of the year. What does it mean? We have all of us. I think Norway has 12 areas that is agreed in the agreement. Sweden has 17. We have 15. Denmark has, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 or 4. So it's an Arctic DCA in a way, and we should very closely cooperate between the Nordics that we do not do extra work, so exchange information and look at the DCA also from this perspective. That's a whole. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. Gjert Lage, how is it to have two new NATO members in our neighborhood? How does this change the Norwegian priorities when it comes to the High North? What does this, mean for us? How we operate in the High North? We are a blue water nation.
Yeah, that's true. First of all, it's great to have them on board. Our brothers, we are on a pink sky now, so we're trying to make the most of it in the first years, because maybe we fight as brothers in a few years ahead. Let's see. But we're trying to establish that the cooperation, absolutely. From my perspective, even though this is a security conference and we are the military operational panel, I will still kind of highlight that it is very much about, when we're talking about Arctic, climate, environment, resource management. Resource management go into the Coast Guard part of Norwegian military as well. So resource management is so important part of it. And because of that, we also keep our relations with Russia on these issues and with security, as mentioned by the State Secretary. I think the previous map was great, and
Did
this
we
one
get it
is
back?
great. No, please rest on this one. But remember the last one. Look at this one, and then we're talking about: is it similar? I think very much the Arctic to me is same but different because it's so vast. It shouldn't be necessary to mention it here, but I try to do that always. At least you need to do that in NATO and conferences, other places. The Arctic Sea itself is 7 times the size of the Med. That makes a better picture than feet and meter and etc. And even, this is a late winter picture. In summertime, it is 3 Mediterraneans ice-free, so it's not when it becomes ice-free. So these are so important perspectives to bring into any of these discussions. So to me, the Arctic is so vast. It is. I see that in the discussions we have now. At the overarching level, we totally agree. Global affairs, the Arctic, but at the same time going down to different regions and different kind of domains, it is different at the same time. So this is something that we need to keep in mind. Going from that to say something more concrete on how, for instance, the Ukrainian war have changed things for us, the Norwegian perspective in the Arctic. I will focus on 3 main topics for me. To me, Norwegian security policy and or affairs or business very much go into the geography. And our geography, when I take the starting point, we are in the midst of that nuclear standoff between the two continents. That is what defines the High North for us more than anything. This is how we kind of indirectly build the security policy to being part of that. So this is not disappearing. With the Ukrainian war, it has become much more important because there are tension between the great powers, and then this come into place. And I totally agree with the State Secretary. It's very stable, but suddenly it's not stable anymore because it is part of the great game. So that is kind of a challenge for Norway and our region in total. In many sense, I think the nuclear kind of standoff, that position, make it even more stable at the moment, because even though incidences may happen, say in hybrid, other issues, the great powers are so easily led into that we need to keep this stable. They don't want the nuclear issues come to play. That goes in Ukraine, that goes for other things. So in many sense, I think it's very stable, and it's more stable than before, even though we see more activity. But again, suddenly it's not stable anymore. And that's what we're preparing for. And the second point is the new Nordic. Of course, it's great to have Sweden and Finland into NATO. It's an all-new map. It's a new security dynamic. It's a new strategic situation for NATO, for us countries, and for Russia. And this is something that we are working hard on at the political level and the military operational level to kind of figure this out, to make the best out of it, absolutely. And not least, Finland is the new main frontline state. The land war scenario, because there are so many overlapping scenarios in the Arctic, and one of them is land, of course, and you are part of that front line on the land side, which we need to support, both from the maritime and air and other things. The third one is, which occupies a lot of our attention these days, is hybrid scenarios, although the various types of hybrid threats. We see that throughout Europe now. It's, say, close to proven many places that this is the Russian wanted actions that happens throughout Europe, and we are preparing for that as well. And this is something we spend much time on. To me, that is also deterrence towards that. We very often talk about deterrence in that nuclear game or the bigger land forces, etc. But it is also deterrence against hybrid acts. And to do that, it's the first thing is to have a good situational awareness. That is very challenging across sectors in Norway, across sectors between NATO countries, because it's very much the civilian main lead on these issues. So it's very challenging, but we are working very hard on that from the military side, from every state and in NATO. That is the first thing, good situational awareness. Second one is we need to show the presence. We need to show the presence where we are kind of anticipating something we don't like. We would like to have that presence. And the third thing is being able to attribute. That is how we fight these kind of threats. It is peacetime. We are not at war. We are limited to what we can do with military forces. But military forces, police, etc., is about attributing these. So that to me is deterrence against these kind of maritime threats that we see all along now in the land domain, in maritime, and we focus very much on the latter. So, yeah, basically, focusing on these three things, my days are quite busy. I'm the chief operations for the CHOD, putting in place the framework for the National Joint Headquarters, but I also run the Situation Center for the State Secretary, Minister, and MOD as well. And on the side, I think the Arctic is also very interesting. I'm engaged in a lot of research in the High North. On the side, I'm an adjunct researcher professor in technology development at the Norwegian University. So the satellites we saw that mentioned by the two this morning was thumbs up. This is good.
I know, and
Yeah.
a very good researcher as well. You
thanks.
mentioned geography. Of course, we are close to the Kola Peninsula. Yesterday, in the panel with the journalists, it was highlighted, which was very good, was highlighted how Russia now use the air bases just outside our borders for launching missiles to Ukraine. So, you know, the war in Ukraine has also changed the whole environment around Norway. Do you see that this can, you know, somehow drag us into this war? Also, Ukrainian drones falling down in Murmansk. How do we cope with this?
I don't foresee that this will bring us into the war in any sense, but the war is close to Norway, absolutely, and it goes into, and it's very important that what I said started out with the nuclear kind of standoff. This is what limits the Ukrainian war to grow to something bigger. So you always need to keep that into mind in policy and strategic decisions we do. NATO has been very clear that NATO is not doing anything in Russia. In Ukraine itself, we are supporting the Ukrainian effort all along, but we are not engaged in those issues at all. Of course not. Even if we were, we couldn't say so, but we are not. Because this is a very tough line to NATO still today, that we are not going, the greater nations do not want into a nuclear exchange of any kind. But this is something that we are following very closely.
Yep.
This is what is so important for our security in our region and with the great powers, of course.
Yes, and of course, the room for misunderstanding, miscalculations are growing with the activity of the Russians in this area. Please.
Yeah, if I may.
Yep.
You said that we should discuss, so I'll comment here. So, exactly like you said, and there's a lot of new activities. Even though the land forces have, as it was stated, the number of land forces has decreased because of the operations in Ukraine, that Russia, or the war in Ukraine, and Air Force and Navy are still operating almost at the same level. And of course, the Air Force is operating from very close to our borders, both countries, to Ukraine, which is why the Ukrainians are trying to affect those operations. I personally, I'm waiting for the day when Russia will blame Finland or Estonia or maybe even Norway for supporting these UAV operations. I don't see that too far away in the future, because the Russian rhetoric is really on a daily basis, at least towards Finland, quite harsh. And of course, it's meant for the national public, but when you look at it from the outside, you know, it's totally crazy what they blame us for, what we did during the Second World War, killing all the families and all that, and kind of inventing the history in a new way. Naming our Gjert by name in the media, blaming him for being Swedish. This is true, by the way. He was said that he's originally Swedish and willing to attack Russia. Totally, you know, very, very to us uncivilized talk. But oh no, you see this a lot, and I worry about the future as well with the drones.
Dean, when you hear these views and the situation in the European Arctic or High North, how is this, what's your reaction to it? Is this very different from what you are experiencing in your part of the Arctic?
You know, it's in some ways it is, and so too. I'll stay in my box as well, so everybody understands. So, U.S. Coast Guard,
of course,
we are a military service, but not in the Department of Defense. We fall in the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
We do have so we have a Homeland Security mission and we have a Homeland Defense mission. So I probably look at this a little bit different than you all do. Obviously, we very much want to keep things de-escalatory in Alaska and the U.S. Arctic, but. You know, I would say, and again, kind of to speak for the U.S. as a whole, I'd say we're saying some of the similar things. We do have the benefit of geography, other than, you know, Alaska, because Alaska is what makes us an Arctic country. But I would say that we are seeing similar things. But again, I think to what DASD Ferguson said, it's very interesting in the United States just because the example I can give you, when they talk about weather in the United States, they talk about the lower 48. They never talk about Alaska and what the weather is up there. It's almost forgotten. You are very remote, even as a state. And so what happens in the Arctic, a lot of times what happens in Alaskan waters is just not followed by the rest of the country. I'm amazed that more people don't know about the Russian and Chinese maritime activities that's been going on in the Bering Sea within the greater United States. It just doesn't break squelch in the lower 48. So I would say, similarities, but if I had to say, I would say your populations are probably much more attuned to what's going on in terms of Russia in your countries than my country, other than the conflict in the conflict in Ukraine, what's going on in the United States. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Same but different.
Yeah, same but different. I'm from Canada.
Yeah.
Do you see?
You know what? I don't have much more to add. There's a natural alignment and very similar challenges. We're with you.
Yeah. I have a question from the audience. We have to open up for some questions in the last 10, 15 minutes. I don't know, it's not pointed out to whom this question goes, but what infrastructure development would make your life easier? What investments are needed? Maybe that should go to the guy with the largest landmass.
Yes. Well, there are several areas that would be beneficial. It's, at the end of the day, it's a sustainment challenge. So whatever infrastructure would help in projection, forces, forward north, mindful that we have a pretty good setup when it comes to NORAD and forward operating locations. Anything that would help, that would enhance military mobility from vehicles that are adequate for tundra and Arctic type would be of operational kind of capability that would help. Anything that would expand airport or airstrip capability would be awesome. Anything that would help with sustainment. In the new policy, they call for a northern operational support capability. We're yet to see where we're going to land in terms of the many billions that are going to be invested over the next 10, 15 years, but anything sustainment. NORAD modernization is one aspect that's being undertaken, but that's reinforcing what's already very strong with newer technologies. So,
Nurmi, you wanted a comment?
Yeah. Enablement, awesome. Receiving and staging forces, absolutely vital in the north. Roads, railways, you name it, from Narvik to northern Finland through Sweden. And just if you allow me, one concrete example of experiences that we have had this spring. We had a huge exercise in northern Finland called Northern Forest. We had almost 2,800 US troops and other nationalities, which is, by the way, largest international force we have had in Finland since Second World War. I will not name the countries, but anyway. And we had a US 10th Mountain Division came to Finland to exercise, and one of its brigades. And of course, it sounds very promising if you're talking about the Arctic know-how, but the brigade was from Louisiana. So not much mountain experience there. And the guys, but really, really great soldiers. And they came to Lapland when there was snow on the ground. And lots of snow. And they had skis, but they were alpine skis, so they don't really function in Lapland. So they went to Sodankylä to the Jaeger Brigade and they got the Finnish skis to be able to maneuver. And what happened next? The snow melted. And you know, anybody who's been to Lapland, you know that all the swamps become lakes, and it's really, really wet. And what did they have on the feet? They had the regular leather combat boots. And
So
of
we
course,
learned nothing from World War II.
no.
Yes.
But this is not my point. They feet got wet and they could not operate. So and then again to Sodankylä, and they took the rubber boots made by Nokia, by the way.
Yeah,
And they were able to operate. But my point is that what we need, and this is still a great experience, and they were able to bring the brigade from Narvik to Rovajärvi, and they actually said it went quite well. But we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to infrastructure, and what we need in the north, and this applies to all of our countries, is countries that have the know-how, they have exercised, they have the capabilities, and also an operational interest to operate in the Arctic. And those are the countries that we should focus on in the future in order to get this thing.
And I guess that underlines the importance of exercises all the time.
Exactly, and it's more practical things like the boots and the skis, and that's and we would have the same problems if we went down south, you know, in a different way.
Yeah.
When we were in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lage, you wanted a comment?
Yeah. What we did now, for instance, with the broadband coverage of the Arctic, extremely important. Same as other kind of space-based infrastructure to keep a kind of overview of this vast area. But also, it's a great concern of mine, is that we are lagging behind. Russia is by far the actor that is developing greater capacities in the Arctic. What they do on the icebreaker side, on all the bases they are running, all the businesses that they are doing, they were requiring Western technology 10, 15 years ago, but now they are driving it. We are even probably outpaced by China even, doing research and doing these operations. We had one time, the Healy last year, we have an icebreaker sometimes in the Baltic Sea. And it stops there. We need to keep up. We need to build competence, and you're not doing that by research communities. You need to actually establish bases, infrastructure, societies to be able to live and prosper up in this large area. And in 20, 30 years, this is a resourceful area which is bringing new businesses into the region, and it takes us 20 years to catch up. So, yeah, I hope we do that.
How do you look at this question in NATO, in your Arctic hub?
Yeah, so of course NATO doesn't own capabilities. So of course the nations bring all the capabilities to the table, although there is a long list NATO produces with the capabilities that we should have. But it's all about collective defense. So all the allies bring the capabilities to the table. No, I agree with everything that has been said here to make it future-proof. And I think there's also a part, for instance, in NATO HQ, they also look at the green transition, which is part, and the energy transition, and that will also be reflected, of course, in military capabilities and how that is developing very much.
I have one more question here. I will read it. It has to do with Chinese spy balloons. Remembering the intense media coverage about the Chinese spy balloons entering North American airspace and transiting strategic regions, what can you say about the activity of China in the research domain, whether dual use or not, and how it triggers responses from allied military actors? Anyone?
I can follow up on, say, my last comment. It goes in the same line.
Exactly.
And, because intentions or not, it's not about looking for intentions this year or next year, but what in 5 or 10 or 20 years. It's about building competence. It's about being there. It's about creating. So, for sure, everything is dual use in all societies. So, to me, we are very concerned with that on the Western side, both in Europe and the American side, about, say, Chinese investments, Chinese ownership, getting into the business, because you need to get into business and live there and work there to be able to create that. So we are on a track that there will be a lot of actors in the Arctic in a few decades. There are now, but it will increasingly come into the greater play in a few decades.
I can just say that, just from a, I've been in my job a little over a year, but if I look over the last probably 3 to 4 years, we've gone from one Chinese research vessel up in the U.S., Arctic, to this summer we had 5 at one time. So, yeah, presence alone should tell us something.
And from the NATO side,
Well,
the Chinese issue.
No, it's very much the same. It has been reiterated during the Washington summit this summer.
Exactly.
The way we look at the China, which is very much in line with what has been discussed by the former panel members. Just as an example, the Chinese icebreaker, the Snow Dragon 2, was in Murmansk last week for a couple of days. So. We see that they're coming closer.
We have to turn to a question of de-escalation. What kind of measures and tools and how can we, in a way, de-escalate the situation that has followed from the Ukrainian war that also hit the Arctic? Should I start with you, Dean?
Sure. So, I've said it before in my comments earlier, but from a U.S. Coast Guard perspective, operating in Alaskan waters in the U.S. Arctic, it's modeling that responsible maritime behavior to counter activities that threaten international norms, and doing that in a non-escalatory fashion, which is what we do every day in the Coast Guard. And I think it's critical, and I know we talked about it yesterday in the first panel, but it's maintaining those communication pathways between the U.S. Coast Guard and the Russian Border Guard. Those are really, I think, very critical. As so many lines of communication have been shut down because of the invasion of Ukraine, I think it's important to be able to keep those communication pathways. And then for us, it's really kind of getting back to being able to, enabling us to hold routine communications and operational interactions, and hopefully eventually, because, and again we mentioned it, things like potentially a mass rescue operation. You have the cruise ships operating up there, thing like a major oil spill with all the Russian fuel that's coming through. It's critical that at some point, if we can, get back to exercising, so if something like that happens, we can all respond to it, because we've said limited resources in the Arctic. It's going to take everybody to address something like that.
I jump to you, Gjert, because the Northern Sea route, we will see an increase in vessels and ships coming along our shores. How do we cope with that?
Have a good surveillance, keep track of everything that's going on, and that is the first starting point, and that we need the technology for doing, and we are doing that the whole time. But
and the de-escalation.
And for the de-escalation is kind of a difficult topic actually for the High North now, because we are in that situation that we are in a conflict line with Russia. Russia has attacked Ukraine. It's not acceptable. So NATO and Russia has a standoff, clearly. And we need to mark that. We need to mark that in many different ways, political, but also military and deterrence. But at the same time, we want to de-escalate, because we don't want this to spin off, of course. We do that, as the State Secretary mentioned this morning as well, is that we do keep the mill-to-mill lines open with Russia, because it's been an increased activity in Norwegian, great increase in activity since the Ukrainian war. The Russian activities took up in 2010-11, and it stayed stable and high. So, but it is the Western presence that have come more into play, and that is a blue-red, what we say, interplay between actors, and there are dangers for incidents. And for that, we're keeping that mill-to-mill open, and we talk about these things very often, actually. At the same time, as I said, mentioned earlier as well, in a kind of a pervert the way, nuclear weapons also are kind of stabilizing, especially in this region, because none want the big nuclear game to play off in between the great powers, and that is very much holding that lit on our region, in my perspective. That is a controversial perspective on nuclear weapon at all, but to me, I see the contours of that now. Russia is very often if they are feeling pressured, they're out kind of rattling a bit with those kind of capabilities, not the strategic nuclear maybe, but more tactical nuclear, which is not so much a part of our region. But immediately when the nuclear game come hot, then it's kind of very fast down de-escalating activities on the diplomatic side as well. So,
how is the channels from Helsinki to Moscow these days?
You mean communications?
Yeah.
We still have them. I think it's very similar to what Norway has. So I think our red line is tested every week, and they do answer, and it's very short.
Yeah.
But there's no, and then of course we have the border issue. So the border guard has, but that has also the dynamics has changed. It's not as active, and the level is quite low, which is good, practical terms. But now since the border is closed, is of course a bit tricky. But then just my if I may, on the de-escalation very quickly, since I'm getting the hoop, so
getting some signs.
I would build on what my Norwegian colleague said. The best de-escalation is to have a credible deterrence and defense. The Russians respect only force and resolute, and then the other thing, we have to prepare for the future. Ukraine will end at some point, and Russia is not going to disappear. We have to find ways to discuss with them in the future.
And I think on NATO behalf, we can conclude that Finnish and Swedish membership have strengthened the deterrence and defense in the northern region and in the Arctic.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for an interesting debate. Give them a big hand. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gjert, for leading this great panel. We don't have a break now. We just have a swap of microphones. As I told you yesterday, this is not for fun, it's work. So just a swap of microphones.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I didn't follow the script.
It's perfect.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. It was excellent. Ja, väldigt fint. Godt spørsmål. Kommer det gi? Okay, please return to your seats or find seats. Okay, then we'll just embark on the next session while you're finding your seats. We have an hour, as I said yesterday, and I will keep repeating it. We're on a tight leash here. It's a 5-minute break, but then we have a whole 50-minute lunch break. So that's very generous of us. This panel follows directly on the last session on the operational perspective. We got it from the professionals. But now we're turning towards the academic evaluation or an analytical evaluation of more or less the same. Because as we heard from the previous session, North America and the Nordics or Northern Europe are perhaps two rather different domains. But we tend to bracket them under the umbrella of the Arctic. So that's the focus of this session, which will be led by Gabriella Gricius. You're a PhD candidate at the University of Colorado, and you're passionately engaged in this topic about trying to explain the differences when it comes to Arctic security across the various domains. So, Gabriella, the floor is yours.
Great. So thank you, Andreas, for that, and welcome to the panel here. So I think this was an interesting panel to organize, as all the moderators have said, I think, but what makes it particularly challenging is we've been talking about the differences between the North American and European Arctic in every single panel that we've gone to. So whose security is in the Arctic? What security are we talking about? What is the awareness of the Arctic in the North America versus European spheres? But hopefully today we can add a little bit of nuance to that in our discussion, whether it's even useful to talk about one Arctic, and if same but different is enough, or if we need to actually expand on that a bit more. So on stage with us, we have Lynn Mortesgaard, who's a PhD candidate at the Danish Institute of International Studies. We have Dr. Kari Aga Mikkelbust, a professor at the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø. We have Dr. Christian Haugevicht, a research professor at the Nordic Institute of International Affairs. Lisa Wiederholt Christensen, who is a PhD candidate at the University of Copenhagen. And last but not least, Matthew Hickey, who's the Associate Director at the Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies. And so I'll be asking each expert up here a couple of different pointed questions. We'll have some back and forth, like a normal conversation, walking across the Arctic from the European perspective to the North American, and then expanding out to NATO. So, and as just a reminder to send your questions into the QR code so we can have some audience engagement as well at the end. But we'll start with the Nordics. So Christian, I wanted to ask you, what makes the Nordic approach to Arctic governance special? How is it different from North America?
So I want to start by saying, and I think we've heard this already this morning, that the Nordic countries and Nordic collaboration is key to Arctic governance. All the Nordic countries are Arctic countries. Much of the Arctic landmass and seas belong to the Nordic region. But of course, the Nordic countries are also, as we've heard today, by way of resources, by way of history, by way of the geography, they're also Arctic countries in very different ways. And we heard that also in the previous panel. Now, I think, and Andrea said this is going to be the academic panel, so the study of international relations is largely concerned with the study of power. And there are different types of power, I'd say, at play in Arctic affairs. Now, in the traditional understanding of power, A can force B to do something that B otherwise would not have done. And of course, this aspect of power underpins, as we also heard in the previous panel, underpins many of the debates in the Arctic. And it's the core rationale for many of the Nordic countries then has been to keep the area low tension. And the idea is to make this aspect of power and security less dominant and focus on security more broadly understood. But power also comes in other forms, and this speaks to what you said about the unique Nordic aspect of this, because I think the Nordic countries have been quite good at playing with power in a different way. And it has to do with how power is also present in socially constructed structures, institutions, and language. And this is relevant because the Nordic countries are all present. They constitute 5 out of 8 states in the Arctic Council. They constitute now the dominant players in the Barents Euro-Arctic Council. And they have, over time, built experience and expertise, which allows them to frame discussions about the Arctic and the narratives and analysis about the Arctic space that are listened to, including this narrative about the Arctic exceptionalism that researchers also in this room have done research on. And I think this makes them key players in many ways. And we've heard about this also from the previous panels, how discussions about the Arctic are very different in the North American settings, where you have Alaska, for example, which is sometimes not at the center of debates in Washington, whereas in Oslo, of course, debates about the Arctic are very much on the agenda of the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Defense. So one should always be careful, I think, when one is from a region and is to speak about that region's exceptionalism and to highlight the uniqueness. And also, as we've heard, all the Nordic states are unique in how they approach the Arctic. But I would say the Nordic states are similar in how they relate to and how they approach Arctic issues. They are all very naturally geared towards, I would say, multilateral collaboration. They're all very mindful about being small states. They are concerned with the need to keep tensions low. They are all and also like to position themselves as being pragmatic and solution-oriented. And I think, as I also mentioned, there is this aspect of thinking about power and influence in terms of organizations, in terms of structures, in terms of how debates are framed. So I don't know how unique that is to the Nordics, and some would argue, I think, that historically there were also differences between the Nordics in how they saw this. But the interwovenness of the Nordic societies and perspectives, I think, is quite central to the Nordic approach to the Arctic.
Well, that's so interesting that you bring that up, though, because then are there lessons at all that the North American Arctic can take from this if it has to do with societal interwovenness?
I think the idea that the North American side and the Nordic side can learn from each other's experiences, I think, is central. And to the extent that there is a Nordic, and of course the joint Nordic can be problematized, but to the extent that there is a Nordic model of governance in the Arctic, I'd say one has to do with the physical proximity, being neighbors to Russia, and how one has dealt with that. And we heard about the lines of communication. We heard how that's a very delicate balancing act in terms of finding the right level to avoid misunderstandings at the same time as one is not at the moment interested in having political discussions. There is learning in terms of how you frame discussions, including when it comes to what you choose to securitize, as some scholars would say, and whether you would like to speak as something in terms of security, or whether you choose to frame it slightly differently to avoid getting into territory that you would not want to be at. Then I think the Nordic experience is also unique in terms of thinking about how you can remove practical barriers to cooperation. I think that's quite Nordic in terms of being pragmatic in finding these small aspects which allows you to collaborate. The Nordics have also been, I would say, quite successful in creating this idea of a community of trust, where you can share almost everything at an informal level as well, which of course also becomes easier now that Finland and Sweden has entered into NATO. And finally, I would also say, and I've mentioned a couple of times now already, how the Nordics, of course, are not one and the same. They're very different, and that also includes in the Arctic domain. But knowing one's sensitivities and knowing one's differences, and we also heard about that in the previous panel today, how it is important to be able to put oneself in the position of somebody who has a different outlook, a different border, a different sea and land we heard about as well in the previous panel. So I think all these aspects are something that the Nordics have built a very long experience in doing, and I think that might be something that is valuable for the North American side to see as well in terms of how those dynamics in the Nordic region work, if you like.
Absolutely. So we've been talking about these positive aspects, trust, history, but what are some challenges that you've observed in this Nordic approach, or, you know, across the European Arctic, if we're not going to use the term Nordic?
That's a good question. And I'd say at the moment we have these external changes, and that also has been alluded to earlier today. We have these tensions that are different now than they used to be. There are geopolitical changes, there are also the climate changes, and they make dynamics in the Arctic different. And that means that new avenues of cooperation are possible. Finland and Sweden entering into NATO, we have already mentioned that a couple of times. And all that is, in a sense, things that one would often highlight making collaboration easier, but it could also mean that you have new challenges in terms of interoperability. It could mean that you need to have different perspectives in terms of how you emphasize, for example, the land and sea dimensions. There are the institutions where you have the Arctic Council now that is in a very different state than it was before the war in Ukraine. And where are one to have the debates, how to relate to old and to new players, as we have heard also this morning in terms of China entering into the Arctic space, as well as Russia behaving perhaps differently as well due to the war, and how to also understand internal differences and internal priorities among the Nordic countries, because they are in slightly different geographical positions as well. Another further challenge relates to the future relations with Russia, how to look at those relations both in the short-term and the long-term perspective, because Russia will not go away. It will continue to be a player in the region, and then one needs to find the appropriate level to engage with that neighbor. And then on a final point, perhaps, which is also maybe a challenge, is that when hard security is entering the debate to the extent that it is at the moment, then I would say that the ambition to also keep a broad perspective on security is perhaps something that will be challenged simply because it is so strong, the discourse that relates to hard security. So keeping sort of also the local security aspects, keeping the human security aspects, and having all that into the mix as well as sort of these military debates and the hard security is entering into our debates.
Thank you. So I'm so happy you brought up external challenges, Russia, because of course we have someone who has a lot of experience and knowledge on Russia. So Carrie, I was wondering if you could expand on what are some of these challenges that Norwegian communities face from Russia? How does it fit into the picture?
Yes, I'll talk on the rogue actor in the Arctic. Unfortunately, I think it was the ambassador to Canada who said yesterday that Russia is fundamental to Arctic security. That is very much true. But I think we need to turn the phrase the other way around to really understand how Russia is thinking about the Arctic and how fast the war in Ukraine is changing Russia, including Russia in the Arctic. So this is my big concern. It's been emphasized, not least in the last panel, thank you, that was so interesting, on operational aspects. And I cannot emphasize enough that the Arctic is fundamental to Russian strategic thinking. And we are in many ways, when I study Russia, I'm a historian, I'm a professor of Russian history, so I study Russia. And right now I work with contemporary Russia, so the post-Soviet period. And we are back. I have this very strong impression that Russia, or the Kremlin, is back in a mindset, a set of thinking where deterring NATO and also ensuring that Russian presence, Russian influence is strong on NATO's northern flank is a first priority. So I said that the Arctic is fundamental to Russian strategic thinking. We have been dealing for 3 decades with a more collaborative Russia in many ways within the Arctic Council.
We've seen this dual-level Arctic policy from Russia, where Russia is, on the one hand, to Russia, the Arctic is a strategic region with big strategic capabilities. On the other hand, Russia is a very important economic region where Russia has been inviting Western partners into collaboration. This is in flux. This is very much destabilized due to the war, the Russian warfare in Ukraine, including on Svalbard, which we can come back to. I think that we are facing a whole new situation. It's been said many times that Vladimir Putin has no ideology. He's an onion. You can peel off layers and you will find nothing inside. There is no ideology. I would argue that over the last 2 decades, we've seen leadership in the Kremlin which are characterized by growing militaristic ideology. They are abusing history to consolidate state power. This is what I study as a historian. And also to legitimize neo-imperialist ambitions, including in Europe. So we're dealing with this neo-imperialist, militaristic, authoritarian, and also due to the war in Ukraine, more and more conspiratorial Russian regime. Conspiracy theories are everywhere in the Russian public space. And these very negative features of the Russian regime are developing more rapidly due to the warfare in Ukraine. So even if we want to believe, and there is still reason to believe that from a rational point of view, Russia still has a strong self-interest in maintaining stability in the Arctic because of its strategic capabilities, which need stability because of its economic resources. We have to consider that we're facing this regime which is making irrational decisions and who are stuck in a devastating war. So we've seen it only over the last few days, the drones that have been talked about several times during yesterday and also today, the drones over Murmansk and the Kola Peninsula. So the war is very much entering also the Arctic. And what we see is a Russian regime with its regional governors who are sort of desperately trying to handle that the war is entering Russian territory. But they do not have a very strong political structure. They have a very weak civil society, so handling the situation is difficult. And then Putin has no ideology. I said that the ideology is about patriotic militarism. We've seen this also in regards to the Nordics. We heard a little bit in the former panel about how Finland is experiencing this. I've been looking into how this has affected Norway, and in particular Northern Norway, over the last long decades. After Finland and Sweden ascended to NATO, they have both had big exhibitions outside their embassies in Moscow, stating that Finland has this Nazi heritage, Sweden has this Nazi heritage. This is all part of the conspiratorial, very twisted mindset of the Kremlin. And we do not know if they believe it in this themselves, but they're using it to legitimize the current war and to portray the current Russian aggression in Ukraine as a continuation of what the Soviet Union was doing during World War II, fighting Nazism in Europe, liberating Europe from Nazism. And this has been, these narratives have been actively distributed in also in Norway, and in particular in northern Norway. Since 2011, since 2014, we've had visits from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, talking about neo-Nazism spreading in Europe and how Norway would understand this particularly well because we had Quisling. So he's been appealing to the North Norwegian population, trying to build this understanding that the war in Ukraine is legitimate. They're doing the same over again. And the sanction regime that Norway joined from the EU and the US is wrong. It's not the right way to handle Russia. There should be dialogue and contacts. So this is, now we're into this hybrid operations, Russian information operations domain, which I can say more about that, including on Svalbard, but I think I'll stop here for now.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually really curious. I want to walk over to the North American Arctic here. So we've been hearing about unique Nordic forms of governance, lessons that the North Americans can learn, this narrative competition and hybrid threat. So how does that look different in Alaska? What are some of these local concerns?
Yeah, I'd like to get to some of that, but I want to start off with a bit of a story to kind of contextualize some of this. Back in March of 2021, an important meeting happened in Anchorage, Alaska. The U.S. Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met with their counterparts at the Hotel Captain Cook downtown. What they talked about, I don't know, I wasn't part of the meeting, but I could presume it was probably about the future of the world. After that meeting, I had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary of State, and he heralded the fact that the importance of the meeting occurring in the United States. We were in Alaska, but the importance of the meeting occurring in the United States. Interestingly enough, the Chinese referred to the meeting occurring in neutral Arctic territory, which I was not able to confirm, but the point is still made that how you define the Arctic depends on where you sit and who you sit with. So let's apply that to the United States for a second. There's no doubt that the United States is an Arctic country. It's right here, Andreas. Thanks for putting Alaska front and center. Exactly. There's over 300 million people in the United States. 300 million people in the United States. Compare that to the European Arctic, about 25 million people. A job that I've had to try to do is convince not necessarily the 300 million people in the United States that the United States is an Arctic country, but to a certain extent, the people that are elected by the 300 plus million people that the United States is an Arctic country. And how those policies then would implement policies and resource strategies. That has been a challenging task. Not to say it has failed. The military has done a phenomenal job for decades being in the Arctic. The U.S. military, its partners and allies, there's no doubt about that. From a political perspective, it's been a challenge. It's not been a failure, but it's been a challenge. And the single biggest factor that might change that isn't necessarily Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, while that is certainly playing a role, but it's the fact that China is now interested in the Arctic. That makes every conversation about the Arctic a China conversation, which from a political perspective in the United States suddenly gives the Arctic that much more value, because you can connect every single issue to great power politics. You can connect it to power itself. You can connect it to economics, because China is interested. I noticed that we have some Indian representation here. There's no doubt why there might be some interest from the Indians, in the sense that they are now interested to know what the rest of us are interested, because China is interested. And we've given China a lot of airtime, which we can get into whether that's a good thing or not. But I think this was important to point out from the start, that Alaska makes the United States an Arctic country. But there's 300 million people, plus million people, in the United States, all of which are citizens of an Arctic country, many of them with not much knowledge of what that even means. Just to get us started.
No, it's a great place to get started. One thing that I think you bring up an interesting point about China, where when we often think about the Russia and China as these primary threats for the United States, we often think in the Arctic that the European Arctic, Russia is the primary issue for them. But if we, flip the map over, Russia is just as close to Alaska, just with a different border. And obviously we're seeing Russia and China working together in a limited fashion there. So I was curious if you could talk about these different proximities.
Well, let's just use geography to start, and let's use a theory, Mackinder's theory. The Eurasian landmass. Whoever owns Eurasia owns the world. Okay, so let's kind of look at that for a second. Well, Alaska, thank you again, Andreas, is still front and center. If we kind of zoom over a little bit and get onto the landmass itself, you now have China and Russia, traditionally not partners or allies, certainly more adversarial than anything. But now somehow, some way, they're cooperating. Certainly, we've seen some joint campaigning in the North Pacific and into the Arctic. Well, NATO has done a fantastic job on that particular flank of the Eurasian landmass, and to a certain extent, it comes around to the south, so it's sort of contained, the Eurasian landmass in that sense. And then there's this. I think just today we've celebrated 2 decades of the Quad, which in a way, in a much different way, but still in a way, has sort of taken into this Indo-Pacific account. Well, what we see here is sort of this concept of the Quad plus the Arctic. And Alaska is at the center of that, where you have the quadrilateral security dialogue, and we can get into what that is or what it's not, maybe at a different forum perhaps, or at the Anchorage Security and Defense Conference that we'll do in a couple months. But the Alaska is at that intersection of where the Quad, the Arctic, and NATO all converge.
It's a really interesting point. And then how should we think about, from an institutional perspective, so you just mentioned all these different institutions, but of course we also have NORAD, and we don't have a Canadian representative on the panel, so I'll leave it to you to kind of talk about where does NORAD fit in an institutional lens for Alaska?
Well, I'll defer to some of the technical matters of NORAD to some of the experts, but I think when we talk about NORAD, we're talking about the defense of North America, and it's been tremendously effective, and we applaud the Canadians for the modernization that will happen with that joint command in Alaska and at the headquarters in Colorado Springs has been a phenomenal success, and it needs to continue to do what it does to defend, as we've said, the best deterrence is strength and having a strong defense. Now, that said, I think you could make an argument right now with some of the conflicts that we're seeing in the world that defense is much more expensive now than offense. And so from a theoretical standpoint, and you kind of got into a little bit of international relations theory, let's use one example of, so NORAD is a missile defense, apparatus. The Iranian attack on Israel with the drone attack that happened a couple months ago, or maybe about a month ago. It's estimated that cost Iran about $100 million, but yet it costs about $2 to $3 billion to defend. So we might just want to start considering what we're incentivizing. Are we moving into an atmosphere where we're incentivizing offensive actions instead of defensive actions because it's much cheaper to be offensive, and then think about how that might apply to the Arctic? Traditionally, we've said, well, somebody's going to launch a ballistic missile, intercontinental ballistic missile, NORAD's going to defend this thing, and it's going to be a great success story, and I trust that that's what would be the case. But what if it's not an intercontinental ballistic missile? I mean, we saw the effect that a balloon had just on sort of politics. What are we doing? How are we not ready for that? What if it was a massive drone attack? I mean, you talked about hybrid threats. Start thinking about some of those things. How much cheaper is that to do as opposed to some of the more expensive enterprises that require a lot of technology? So to get back to NORAD, tremendously effective and is modernizing to hopefully meet the threats of the future.
So building on a broader conversation of defense, let's turn to our NATO expert on the panel. We've been talking about these different security realities in the North American and European Arctic. Should NATO, do you think, or how is NATO having different priorities and engagements in both parts of the region?
Yeah. Well, I think it's fair to say that NATO and the Arctic, or the High North, as it's called in NATO, is having sort of like a situationship. I think you could characterize it as, like, meaning NATO wants to do something within the Arctic, and it is increasing its role within the Arctic. But how to do so is difficult, and it is, as Christian also said, the idea of Arctic being low tension, a zone of peace, it really does not really fit with the idea of NATO, a military alliance coming into to the Arctic. So that really is a challenge, I think, like at the bottom, or like you have to kind of figure out how to strike a balance here. But I think there is sort of a movement at the moment, and there is an agreement within NATO that the Arctic is big and it's cold, but also that within the Arctic, the two main threats of the alliance, Russia and China, is within the area, and they operate within the area, and that for NATO means they have to increase their focus, and they have to have like a credible deterrence profile. I think there really is a realization of this fact. And what we see is that the Arctic allies within NATO is starting like to be an Arctic group, which is actually pretty new. And of course, they are grouping up to make sure that they kind of control the discussion on where the Arctic agenda is going. And I think what I'm really also trying to say is that the non-US allies within the Arctic is figuring out that it's a really good idea to tell the US that they should coordinate, making sure that it's not only the US deciding where NATO is going when it comes to the Arctic. So that's really a new trend, I would say, in NATO, is that the Arctic allies is grouping up across like the North America and the European Arctic. And we have seen in recent years that NATO is increasing its focus and the Arctic is gaining attention. We have seen the Secretary General emphasizing that NATO is an Arctic alliance, and it should be able to operate within the alliance, and recognizing the need for Arctic capabilities, for example, and interoperable forces in this alliance. And this, of course, comes at a moment where the alliance is pretty occupied in other regions. So I think it's clear that the Arctic is gaining focus at a time where the alliance is pretty busy. And I think one of the like sort of most important developments is the new defense plan for the North. And I think Caroline in the previous panel touched upon this, is that NATO now has a concrete plan for how to actually conduct military operations in this area, which is really, it's new. And the new North Command in Norfolk is gonna conduct the military operations in this area. And this is being implemented. Caroline said that it's being implemented swiftly. I don't know if that's the case on the political level. I think there is issues because in NATO there is, of course, the Arctic allies, but there is also a bunch of non-Arctic allies, and they are not necessarily as interested in the Arctic as the Arctic allies, of course, are. So there is also kind of have to be a balance to strike on how much emphasis will this alliance put on the Arctic, and how much priority will NATO give to the defense plan of the North. That's going to be interesting looking at it from a political angle, I would say.
So it sounds like from what you're saying that NATO's taking this sort of pan-Arctic, one Arctic approach, but obviously there's such differences, you know, across the institutions. So if we're meeting presence with presence, how should NATO do that?
Yeah, I think they're like, on the surface, there is like NATO calls the Arctic the High North, and I think it's primarily related to the European Arctic. There's the issue of Greenland, and I know my next door panelist will touch upon this, but Greenland is of course tricky. But for NATO, the Arctic is of course what falls within SACEUR's area, the area of responsibility. And that covers the European Arctic to the North Pole, including Greenland, but not Canada and the US. So of course there is like this distinction between the two Arctics, so to speak. So NATO is doing planning, exercising, training, and all that within the area of responsibility of the alliance, and not as much in US and Canada. But of course, like US and Canada, they can activate Article 5 as anyone else can, and that's that can be of course an issue, because then the alliance kind of have to react. Also when it comes to Canada and the US, if they activate the Article 5, right?
Yeah.
But that's some kind of dilemma, I guess.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Thank you both. I'll turn to our last panelist who, understanding the Kingdom of Denmark, it sits somewhat uncomfortably between these distinctions between North American and European, particularly given Greenland. So how do you think about that?
Yeah. I don't think I'll try to explain the kingdom in 2-3 minutes. It's maybe too big a task, but I think I will try to disrupt this division between the North American Arctic and the European Arctic a bit, because I think looking at the Kingdom of Denmark as a sort of 3-in-1 state, so consisting of Greenland, Faroe Islands, and Denmark, the kingdom is sort of the odd one out in this of the Arctic states, but also kind of dividing the region in this way. And I think it's the odd one out geographically, but also institutionally. So the kingdom, of course, extends from Qaanaaq in the north of Greenland over Tórshavn and the Faroe Islands to Copenhagen in Denmark, and also Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. And this means that the kingdom is kind of spread out across at least 2 security subregions, maybe even 3, if you look at the Faroe Islands as being in kind of the high North Atlantic. And also institutionally, it doesn't really fit, or it's complicated. Each part of the kingdom has a relation to the EU, but different relations and different agreements. So it's a kind of kingdom in 3 in relation to the EU, and then in relation to NATO, it's a bit more of a kingdom as one. And this, of course, means that there are disagreements between the 3 parts of the kingdom sometimes about substance of policy, but even more so about who is involved at what point in processes of security policy decisions. And I think right now this has very concrete consequences. One is that the kingdom doesn't have an Arctic strategy, a functioning Arctic strategy, and the other is that, how to say this, it's unclear whether Greenland at the moment recognizes the Arctic ambassador to the kingdom as the Arctic ambassador. So those are 2 very kind of concrete consequences of this kind of, it takes 3 to tango in a sense. But it also has, of course, security policy consequences in that, so staying with this polar terminology, there are 2 poles for the kingdom to make its security policy in relation to. One is, of course, Russia, because Denmark is very much in the Euro-Baltic Arctic area, where Russia is the big actor to kind of take into account. And then, of course, also because of Greenland's position in relation to the US, that's the other big pole that also has to kind of be taken into account when making security policy as a kingdom. And I think this just shows that the kingdom is sort of a spectrum or a condensation of many of these different security dynamics across the Arctic, and it can be difficult to balance these and still have kind of a united security and foreign policy.
Absolutely. And so it sounds like Greenland, because of this uncomfortable position, the Kingdom of Denmark, broadly speaking, that there might be an opportunity to deconstruct some of these well-established truths about the Arctic. So what are some of those, do you think?
Yeah, I wanted to not just be the one to speak about how complicated the kingdom is, but also for once try to see if we can learn something from this strange construction, and to deconstruct maybe through this unusual state some of the things we take for granted in terms of Arctic security. So I think you could see the kingdom as an extreme case of some dynamics that also we also see in some of the other Arctic states, and that are also relevant to some of the other Arctic states. So I think it's an extreme case of, and we've covered this throughout many of the panels, and Matt, you also referred to it, that the center of the state or the capital of the state is not the same as the Arctic of the state. And this, for the kingdom, brings a certain kind of politics that are disagreements and debates between the different parts of the kingdom. And even if this is sort of most pronounced for the Kingdom of Denmark, I think it's also relevant for DC-Alaska relations, for Ottawa-Canadian Territory relations, and of course for Oslo-Nordområderne relations. And I think these kind of tensions or disagreements are on full display for the kingdom at the moment, but they also exist in the rest of the Arctic or many of the other Arctic states. And I think, so Christine, you referred to securitization theory earlier, and I think I'll rephrase sort of a foundational assumption of securitization theory, which is that security does something. So I think the point here is that saying Arctic security or invoking Arctic security does something, and that is to activate those parts of the state that sees itself as Arctic and activate those who consider themselves Arctic as wanting to have a say in security politics. And I think that leads to the second thing we can learn about the Kingdom of Denmark, and that is not only who is Arctic security for, but also what is Arctic security for. And I think we haven't really, I'm just in this room, I think there would be many different answers to this. Is Arctic security for, are we securing a certain geography? Are we securing a Western way of life? Are we securing an indigenous/Arctic way of life? Are we securing a certain identity, or are we simply securing sovereignty and territorial integrity? And I think, there are different answers to this within the Kingdom of Denmark, but probably also across the Arctic.
Absolutely, thank you. So I'm going to open up this next question to anyone on the panel. Should we just stop talking about the Arctic? I think, Lynn, you bring up such a good point that when we invoke one Arctic, or we invoke North American Arctic, European Arctic, it comes with particular assumptions, and there's obviously trade-offs. So how should we move forward on this terminology question? Go ahead.
I think, seen from Moscow, at least, there is no such thing as one Arctic anymore. And unfortunately, and a prime example of how Russia has changed its Arctic policy is that Russia is very actively inviting several new partners, non-Arctic states, into the Arctic, not only China, but an extended BRICS. Russia is using its chairship of the BRICS, which started in January this year, to engage new non-Arctic states in its Arctic policy. And of course, it's a very open question to what extent will Russia actually succeed. I mean, why would the authoritarian petro-states in the Middle East, for example, take an active interest in the Arctic? But Russia is doing what she can to build a new bloc in the Arctic, to invite in new partners to make up for the loss of Western partners. So this is a very, the outcome is highly uncertain. What we see for sure is that China is showing interest, for example, in Svalbard. India is the biggest buyer of Russian oil. And the new Turkey was in Svalbard with a research expedition this summer, last summer. So we see a certain interest. And when I'm talking about Svalbard, that's because from a Norwegian perspective, this is where NATO member Norway meets Russia directly and has to deal with Russia directly. So from a Norwegian perspective, the Spitsbergen archipelago is a very, very crucial part of the Arctic when dealing with Russia. So my answer would be no, there is not one Arctic anymore. And unfortunately, we're seeing the Cold War blocks growing again in the Arctic.
I want to take a stab at this because I think you're asking more or less a yes or no question. Should we stop talking about Arctic security? And I'll just go with yes. I think we should stop talking about Arctic security. We should just start talking about global security, international security, and you can put an Arctic lens on and try to connect some of these issues. So let's use one example. Iran is supplying the Houthi rebels in Yemen with drones and missiles to strike ships in the Red Sea, which has basically not necessarily shut down the Red Sea, but it certainly made the Red Sea a lot more expensive to transit. It's 3 times more expensive to transit through the Red Sea. Who do you think that's benefiting? Probably the Russians, because they can now emphasize, well, why don't you come up this direction? We'll ensure that it's safe. Clearly, nobody else can make the Red Sea safe for you, so let's go a different direction. To me, that's an Arctic security issue, even though we're not really even talking about the Arctic, because it could involve Arctic shipping. It could involve an Arctic country. So at times, I think, especially when having conversations in an Arctic country, in the United States, with people who you would think would have an interest in Arctic security, if you say, hey, do you want to talk about Arctic security? Oftentimes it's why? You know, what role do I have in this conversation? Bring the conversation to where they're at, and then us being the Arctic experts, the Arctic academics, the Arctic practitioners, whatever we might be, it's incumbent upon us to make it relevant. And I think that's why I would say, yes, let's stop talking about Arctic security, specifically Arctic security. Just put the Arctic lens on the global security, because I think that's the nature of the world that we're in right now. Everything is connected. I mean, you got. I feel like I'm talking about Iran, but Iran shipping missiles to Russia, and we just heard the Secretary of State say the other day they're going to use that within months to strike Ukraine, which is going to strike further now into Russia, because the United States, I'm just maybe making an assumption here, I'm not creating the policy to be clear, but permit them to strike further. Well, does that mean they're going to strike into the Arctic now? And so is the Arctic now part of a kinetic theater? Well, we've already talked about what's happened up in Murmansk. So it's all connected. So it might benefit us to not specifically say Arctic security. But maybe you have other thoughts.
No, I think like from a NATO prism, the worst word you can say in NATO is regionalization, right? It is the biggest fear of NATO allies, having blocks within the alliance. Of course there's blocks, but the idea is that they are 360 all together, united. We have solidarity. Article 5 is the baseline, right? So the idea of emphasizing just one region as the Arctic is kind of messing a bit with the idea of NATO being all together and having the 360 approach. And I think a concrete example with the Arctic is the dilemma, so to speak, with or the competition between the Arctic as a region and the Baltic Sea as a region, because they interlink very much. I totally agree that you kind of have to see through a broader prism, but I don't think the Baltic states necessarily think that the Arctic is as important as the Baltic Sea, and then you kind of have to try to navigate these priorities within an alliance that is pretty busy at the moment. So it's not necessarily a good idea, I think, to have too much emphasis on this is Arctic and it's special and we have the entire say when it comes to the Arctic, because that creates a block. And it might be pissing off the Baltic states a bit. There's dilemmas, and of course there's a dilemma when it comes to the concrete military command structure within NATO, who is linking up with the Brunssum command, taking care of the Central Europe and the East, and the Norfolk taking care of the Atlantic and Arctic, and that kind of make a division in the middle of the Baltic region, and that's an issue. So I think, yeah, be careful with the Arctic emphasis.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's not possible at this point to stop talking about Arctic security, because it's very much an active academic discussion. It's an active political discussion as well. So, but I think we can be mindful about how much we talk about security and how we frame things as security, because that does have implications for actions, and that is also in the Nordic countries context relatively new, because security and defense used not to be part of the Nordic discussions. But these days, with Finland and Sweden entering into NATO, that has sort of unlocked these debates as well in the Nordic circles, and we see discussions about the Nordic Council, the Nordic Council of Ministers, whether they too should talk more about the security and defense aspects, and this is very much underway now. So I think that too is something that plays into the broader discourses as well. And then finally, it was mentioned in the previous panel, we talked about like-mindedness. And I think when we sit up on these stages and at these events, we end up very often talking about perspectives that we can recognize, and it's sort of a relatively big agreement between researchers, between academics, between different perspectives, although we also recognize each other's differences and so on. But I think precisely understanding these sensitivities on different sides of the complex, as well as, I think, the perspectives you highlighted, Kari, about understanding also the other side of how it is viewed from other capitals outside of sort of the like-minded circle, because it's easy to lose grasp of what it's looking like on the other side. And I think we, with knowledge and coming from the researcher side, I think this is what we always have to do. We have to understand how this looks through the different prisms, as Lisa said. I think this is something that we continuously have to do through dialogues like this, where we emphasize the differences in how we talk about the Arctic. And I think that will also then make for better decisions when we have better knowledge.
Yeah. Would you like to leave a final comment before we move to audience questions?
Sure. I think I'll put on my my climate hat, if you can call it that, because it's actually what I spend most of my time on, following climate scientists around in the Arctic as they try to know the Arctic climate better. So I think I don't think we should stop talking about Arctic security, but I'm not sure it's always helpful to just add other words to security. So I think I hear Danish decision makers talking about climate security as one word, and it's as if it can be boxed away in a sense. And I'm not sure what it means. Does it mean that we're securing the climate against us, or does it mean that we're securing ourselves against the climate? And if it means both, I don't think it's a very helpful definition. So I think also yesterday, I think it was Professor Dodds who talked about unknowns and things we cannot know about the climate change and the Arctic climate. And I think one way to kind of get a more integrated discussion about the effects of climate change in the Arctic is to involve climate scientists in discussions like this. And I think, again, speaking about this division into the Arctic, I think you could see the Arctic climate divisions in two different ways. One is that there are as many Arctic climates as there are grids in your favorite climate model. That would be the climate scientist answer, right? There's many Arctic climates, and they can be quite like on a very high scale or a very small scale, and they overlap, and they are not mutually exclusive, and so on. I think the other way to see the Arctic climate is to say that there are two Arctic climates, and it's not a North American and a European one, it's a Russian and an Allied one. Because we increasingly see that like the geopolitical division is dividing climate science also. And so there's no data sharing, there's no institutional collaboration between Russian climate scientists and Western allied like-minded climate scientists at the moment. And of course, this division into two Arctic climates is affecting the other one into many different Arctic climates.
Thank you. So we'll turn to some questions now. So some people had different answers of whether we should keep using the term Arctic security or not. But if we choose to stop using it, what's the term that we should be using if we're moving to a more global perspective? How should we talk about this?
Well, I'm not, to be clear, I'm not advocating to run away from the definition, but to play on the exercise, I think it would benefit us all if we found ways, even from, say, the climate standpoint. I would love the day when instead of seeing some headline that says, you know, new data finds that, you know, some other doom and gloom scenario is going to occur another year sooner, I would love some recognition for the researchers who have done the research for 20-some years, you know, and if it's an Arctic security issue because researchers were doing something in Greenland, yes, that's an Arctic security thing, but, you know, it becomes relevant when it's connected to something larger. You can impact more people. So, no, I don't want to run away from Arctic security, because even when you get to the human security element, I mean, there are real, you know, there are people living in whatever definition of the Arctic that you might transcribe to. You know, that is quite literally Arctic security to the human. So, you know, but to play on the exercise, I think we might be more impactful in what we do if we can connect. And I think the research is just one example of trying to make some of those connections. So, but there's a lot of PhDs up here, and and leveraging Casual Friday. I didn't get the message about the white tennis shoes. So.
Look.
Yeah, we got the memo.
Yeah.
So. The Nordic
memo.
And I mean, talking about the Nordics, do we think from our three Nordic people here, how do you think the Nordics can play a more coherent role in determining stability in the Arctic with NATO, with the US? How should we balance these priorities?
Are you asking me?
I am asking.
Yeah. Oh, that's a tough question. I think the answer I gave earlier about how to continue sort of acquiring knowledge about what this looks like from other sides and from other perspectives, from the local perspective, from the different national perspectives, from the institutional perspectives. I think that's a good starting point, which is also very much in line with the traditional Nordic way of approaching things, where you sort of realize that you are small players in the big global picture, and then therefore needs to also be pragmatic about the choices one makes. But I do think the typical Nordic answer would also be to try and institutionalize and make structures that you could have and fora that are functional. And at the moment, this is somewhat of a challenge in the Arctic setting, where you have institutions that are no longer in the state that they used to be. So I think looking at how these institutions and what they may look like in the future, I think that would probably be a very typically Nordic approach to the matter.
Thank you. So then I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. Thinking about this Nordic approach, you mentioned that there's this Arctic club that's growing in NATO. Should there be a Nordic club, do you think? Is there any benefit to that?
Yeah, so I also think there's a Nordic club, and it's I think it's pretty...
There was a Nordic memo, apparently, already.
Exactly. We're like the embodiment of this Nordic club. No, I definitely think there's a Nordic club. Like after Sweden and Finland joined, I think the Nordics, it's not even a club. I think it's pretty much a bloc, and of course they block up because that's the way you gain influence in NATO. I think that the reason why the Nordics might want to also emphasize the Arctic as an Arctic club is, of course, because that links them to the US, and that's just yeah, that's where you want to be when it comes to NATO, right? You want US anchored within your club, because yeah, that makes you more influential when it comes to policies in NATO. I think there is, like, the Nordic club, and I said that already. I think the dilemmas between being Nordic and being Baltic state, that is an issue, and I think that's something we should follow closely. How is that gonna play out, and how are we making sure that the Nordics do not only like care for themselves, but actually also play into the idea of a 360 degree alliance. I think that's a process, and I think for Sweden and Finland, they're just new members, and of course that's the whole idea of learning how to be an ally. That's the implementation of becoming 360. I think it's ongoing.
You bring up a good point, though, just about, I mean, even the club itself and the value. I mean, you're talking about a particular set of either interests or skills that, say, this Nordic club has, and there's like membership passes that are being handed out. I mean, one example is here in Norway, the Cold Weather Center of Excellence. I mean, it's intentionally defined as cold weather, not necessarily Arctic, because the Norwegians have a skill in cold weather operations, could be defined by 50 degrees if you're living in or maybe centigrade or Celsius. Different measurements. But if you're in Greece, that's a different definition than, say, in Norway. But you're still teaching that skill, and so now the Greeks have some sort of pass to that club to get that skill. And I think the general on the last panel pointed that out with the 10th Mountain Division soldiers that are from Louisiana, going up, and they got a membership pass to that Nordic club, and now they have some skills they can take home from with you. So even if there is a club, which I want to be part of, so give me a pass.
Yes. Yeah, it's also pretty great.
Yeah.
Well, I see Andreas is giving me some signs that he's ready. But, yeah. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Gabriella. You did a great job. Great panel. The Nordic Club is indeed great, and Matt, you're officially part of it.
Thank you.
Now we have a quick break, 48 minutes. A lunch break, sandwiches outside, coffee outside. Maybe you even want to go out in the sunshine, and then we start again at 1:30 for the last two panels. Thank you. Everyone, please take your seats or find your seats. Okay, excellent. I see we're still quite a few people left here. The moderator of the last session, the session after this, was afraid that no one wanted to sit in and listen on his panel. But I told him people are watching this online, and that's in fact true. We had quite a few hundred followers online yesterday, and it's recorded. So don't you worry, Andreas Respotnik. They will watch you next couple of decades when you Google Arctic security. They can see the recording. Thank you again, though, for being here and for the last two sessions that we have, an hour sessions each, and with this quick mic swap in between before we end this conference. And then this session takes, I don't know if it takes a step back out or back in or down in. I think that's up to Gunhild to decide. Gunhild can take this panel in every direction, I think. The title that we've called it, actually this is Gunhild's suggestion as a title, Local Arctic Insecurity, Geopolitical Consequences. Gunhild is a professor at the University of Tromsø, Arctic University of Norway. So Gunhild, set the context for this panel for us.
Oh, I will. Yes, and thank you very much. And so, I mean, I'm biased, but still, I think I'm going to be honest in saying this is a great panel. Because what we're doing is we're taking a look at the connections between the local and the geopolitical. And rather than, I mean, many of you, if you have the political science background, or maybe not, quite often we think of the state as a black box and that anything to do with security is beyond that box. But actually, I think that what we're going to start discussing here is taking a look at security more or less like a Rubik's Cube, so that that black box suddenly has a whole bunch of different colors all over the place. And we're trying to find ways to increase security by getting those colors together. And quite often we're quite synergized on the military side, for example, because we associate security with military. So let's say the green side of the Rubik's Cube, we managed to get those colors together, but it's still a mess everywhere else. And that's when we're looking at issues of insecurities that are at the sub-state level. So we're looking at economics, environment, climate change, health, and culture. And the reason why we're looking at these things, and we're saying that that what's happening at the sub-state level has relevance to the state and the international and the geopolitical, is not least because of the ways that threats are under development today. And we've already been talking about hybrid threats and hybrid threat activities. And what's really interesting about these activities is how often this happens what we call under threshold, meaning that it's the sort of activities that does not lead to the invocation of, say, Article 5, a military response. But nevertheless, these are activities that are targeting insecurities at the sub-state level, meaning us. They're targeting us for our economic insecurities or our insecurities about the environment and so forth. So what we're going to be talking about is the ways in which the local insecurities, in fact, are relevant to a state security perspective, but also the geopolitical perspective, because contrary to the way we used to think about geopolitics, remember the spheres of influence, and we could almost sort of like draw lines around states. We're finding that people, due to the targeting of average individuals and targeting their insecurities with like disinformation, influence campaigns, and so forth, is that we have these geopolitical trajectories and spheres of influence actually crossing through states, particularly democratic states, because it's where our opinions actually have a lot of meaning towards the progress of our democracies, where contestation is critical, but at the same time can be a vulnerability if it sends us into polarization. So what we're going to do is we're going to start big, and we need to think global. And this was talked about in the last panel as well, thinking about these, well, what are the global implications? Should we talk about Arctic security? No, not necessarily, because it actually impacts other parts of the world. So we're going to start with our panel member, Abhijit Singh, who's a senior fellow and head of the Maritime Policy Initiative at the Observer Research Foundation, and coming with perspectives that aren't the ones that we're hearing traditionally at Arctic conferences. So that makes it really great that you're here with us today. So to start us off, if you could, I'm interested in asking you, in what ways could subnational actors in the Arctic influence interstate relations, particularly with non-Arctic states like India?
Thank you for that very important question. I'd, at the outset, like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very interesting conference and conversation today. I'd like to begin by saying that what one often sees and perceives is a function of one's vantage point and one's sort of angle of view. That's what really determines what you end up seeing. And when it comes to this question of this balance of power between sub-state actors and state actors, India, being from the outside, has perhaps a slightly different view of things as things seem from the inside. So let me just say that I was at a conference a couple of years ago actually, and I was talking to an Australian expert that dealt with indigenous rights and who dealt with indigenous rights and the rights of local people, local authorities, human security issues. And he said something very interesting. He said that politics is about people, but increasingly we find, and ironically we find, that people no longer matter to politics. And that's the sense that you get, at least when you look at things from outside, that there are a lot of discussions that are happening in the room about the sub-state actors, the indigenous groups, the local authorities, all of that. But you get the sense that the trajectories of the narratives are at variance. And as that expert pointed out to me, that when these two trajectories, they collide or they intersect, that at that point of intersection, he says, either magic happens or tragic happens. Magic happens if you take their perspectives, you take their viewpoints into account, and you accommodate them into your narrative of development. And tragic happens if you're not able to do that. Then there is an entire disruption. And that disruption is not just limited to issues of human security. This can have broader geopolitical consequences if the people that make up the state, their perspectives are not taken care of. This is also a question that goes to actually the heart of the conceptual conundrum that a number of societies face. What is national interest and who defines it? If it is the state that defines national interest, then there is a certain narrative, and the state being preponderant tends to take a very power-heavy view of things. So essentially what you hear about the Arctic, and from a lot of conversations in the room, one gets the impression this is the balance of power game, the great game being played between Russia and the Arctic 7. And there's, of course, other issues that we also need to take into account, but really this is the big game that's being played. That's the sort of impression that you get. But if you view it from the perspective of those that believe in the humanitarian view, that's another conversation. Now, as someone that's, again, not from the region, I would say that it seems to me that the subnational narrative does get some space. I mean, subnational actors tend to get their voice heard, but they still don't have enough agency. Enough agency in a way that their narrative can have a meaningful impact on the policy formation. And until that happens, I would say that actors that are outside the Arctic, India and a number of other non-Arctic states, would somehow not be able to engage very much with sub-state actors. Because from the outside, you're not able to understand the nuances of what's happening between the state and the sub-state. And until the sub-state narratives are privileged and prioritized, and they begin to play a part in the policy framework, and they attain a certain critical mass in which the humanitarian concerns are given pride of place in policy making, it's very hard for states that are outside the Arctic to actually recognize some of those challenges. So I would say that India does want to engage with a lot of these actors. India, I've also written about this to say that India's priority is technology cooperation. It's about studying about climate change that's happening in these areas. And especially when it comes to the question of resources and the way resources are distributed among the people, India has a particular view. India would like that narrative to get more emphasis about sustainable development. But that doesn't seem to be happening for the moment. So countries like India that are outside the Arctic would be a bit circumspect about putting forth a very humanitarian view when there is these conflicts happening between the Arctic nations. But it does not mean that India doesn't care about that view. India does care about, that's exactly the view that India would like to talk about. That's what I'd say.
So how would you see that India perceives the sort of interplay between interstate geopolitical competition and the subnational insecurities in the Arctic? And I'm sort of curious also the ways in which there might be, if not commonalities, but at least moments of connection or commonalities, and to a certain degree, in the Indian context and also in the Arctic. So again, that geopolitical play between subnational actors.
Look, there is clearly a geopolitical play that is on in the Arctic region, and India recognizes that. I suppose the trouble for countries like India, and I don't mean to speak for all of the non-Arctic states, but I say when a country like India goes and engages the state, there is a degree of wariness and circumspection about how much is enough, how much engagement is enough engagement. Because, look, the Arctic is not the heritage of mankind. It's not a global common. There is a sense, at least among the states that are outside, that this is the preserve of the Arctic Council countries. And that non-Arctic states might have a voice, but again, there's no real agency in shaping what policies are implemented within that council. So whilst India would like to engage with all actors, and possibly, if it is acceptable to all of these states, also maybe subnational actors, the problem is that you don't want to do it in a way that is perceived as an intrusion or an interference in the affairs of the Arctic. So countries like India tend to be reluctant to say too much, other than in areas of environment protection, climate change. It impacts what happens in India. This was mentioned yesterday also, and I'm going to repeat it, that India is very forward-leaning on studying the cryosphere, on studying these changes that are happening in the climatic changes, because that has a direct impact on the melting of the glaciers in the Himalayas. It has an impact on the monsoons. It has an impact on sea level rise in India, and that affects India's coastal communities. So it's a very science-heavy, climate, environment protection-heavy approach that India has. But on other matters, when it comes to dealing with the politics of the state and the sub-state, India does recognize a few fissures, but it's not for India to try and try and bridge those gaps, because states outside the Arctic Council don't have that agency. They simply haven't been given that freedom to speak their minds on those issues.
But nevertheless, India is as an observer in the Arctic Council, and the Arctic Council is this venue, and we've been talking a lot about the Arctic Council for the past day and a half, but now Serafima Andreeva, who's a researcher at the Fridtjof Nansens Institute, so your work on the Arctic Council, I'm interested in what you think about the role of knowledge. I mean, India is a part of this as an observer, and the role of knowledge within Arctic governance structures like the Arctic Council. How does this influence Arctic preparedness for security risks, including climate change?
Thank you. Well, to understand how the treatment and organization of knowledge influences preparedness and risk responses, I think it's key to think about. Well, I have two dimensions that may be relevant to look at. The first one is a little bit much larger question about the role of science in politics in general. And there have been a lot of good ideas and very good reflections about the Arctic Council from the previous panels, and I'm going to try to not repeat what has been said. But one thing that is relevant when it comes to the big picture is that science in the Arctic Council, it is heavily politicized, despite the fact that, of course, there is some sort of room for maneuver within the working groups, and the fact that their recommendations are not legally binding, and there is some freedom for scientific integrity, but the structure of the council, the way it is created, was so based on a political leeway, you could say, that it's always very intertwined. And the reason that I'm thinking about science and politics when talking about emergency preparedness or when talking about emerging risks is that I think it's important to think about how do we understand emerging knowledge, how do we disseminate it, and who gets to decide what gets researched as well. So there are many dimensions to this. So last year I did a study together with a colleague, Gjert, about which priorities are shaping the interest in Arctic research and funding to Arctic research. And we saw that foreign policy interests in the Arctic states is a very key driver for what is being researched and what is being done, and as well as domestic policy as well. So to have that as a backdrop for when we discuss knowledge making or the dissemination of knowledge or the translation of knowledge in the Council and in Arctic governance in general, I think it's key to keep in mind. So yes, science is not necessarily the main driving force behind everything going on with risk management, but I think it's very important to think about that science is still a key anchor here. And as you mentioned, when it comes to India and being able to involve yourselves as a non-Arctic state, but also being able to get heard as a permanent participant, it does have some weight. It's just not necessarily always the driving force. But I think one thing when it comes to the fact that it is a key anchor is to think about how the new working group guidelines, just the fact that it was possible to get some form of new working group guidelines, that was suddenly framed and seen in larger geopolitical discourses. Now the Council is surviving more, right? So it's still this way of grounding. And for a more down to earth, down to the local level answer, because this has been very, very big reflections here, is that I think it's very important to think about, when we think about preparedness, we need to think about the physical, the spatial dimension. And where is science organized? Where does it happen? And where it happens, it also matters a lot for the larger security context. And here I want to think about one thing, and that is Tromsø as a Norwegian goal of building this competence center in the north, and this success in many ways for the Norwegian High North strategy to have this hub of both Arctic Council Secretariat, but also working groups and Arctic Frontiers and everything happening in the same place. This has several implications for also the treatment and organization of science, because to be prepared and to be resilient, it's really important to be able to communicate and have strong established networks. And what is happening in these sorts of local level communities, or as you could say, the research community in terms of, for example, I would assume is that, okay, you have, as Arctic Council was on a break, you would have, okay, we're on the break, but you could still go to the cafe and then you see somebody working with something and you can still talk. And those kinds of discussions are very important, especially locally. And this is a very direct way, I think, in which Arctic Council work will be boosting this way of local resilience, because you built competence together, both formally and informally. And despite the uncertain situation, this creates at least some possibility to have that important physical presence, which is in many other cases very difficult to get.
But I mean, I really like the way that you're bringing this down to the local. But at the end of the day, this knowledge is operationalized at the local level. It is so that we are capable of adapting. This is with the different mechanisms in governance structures, but at the end of the day, it's about us. So how do you see the difficulties, to put it mildly, in navigating scientific cooperation right now, how that impacts environmental security and insecurity, not least for that which we are confronting on a daily basis?
Well, we all know that the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the world, and even faster in Svalbard and higher up. And we all know that there are forest fires that are imposing an accelerating threat to Arctic communities and to the global Earth system as we know it. And we all know that the permafrost is melting or thawing rapidly, and that having on-ground measurements from Russia or data from Russia is significantly more difficult, despite the fact that it is some leeway or some form for cooperation able. So these things are very physical, right? The security aspect of it is very physical. It's happening right in front of us, and it will happen for a long time. And we also know that this is due to resource extraction through anthropogenic climate change and through profit-driven norms. So in the Arctic states as well as globally. So researchers, if they are not able to cooperate to address these issues collectively, the question is, how will policymakers get the opportunity to most effectively listen to them? That's kind of like I think that is one of the key questions when we think about especially environmental security, because of all of the questions and all of the risks that we are facing are so multifaceted. And one thing I've noticed, especially during the course of this conference, is that we're constantly navigating having these 2 thoughts in our heads at the same time. On one side, it's Russia is in a full-scale war against Ukraine, challenging its sovereignty, and it's horrible. But then we have the climate consideration, and navigating them is very difficult when both of them are very much existential. And that is very much a security risk. And I think that is very important also. When we talk about security, there's a lot about talk about military security, but this is also going to be part of the military security.
It's a part of that Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, it is a very big part of the Rubik's Cube. So when it comes to the difficulties, I think in practice, what is going to happen or the repercussions for the scientific realm of this huge enigma. It is, of course, very often happening on the societal or social researcher-to-researcher level. The weekend researcher networks, which have taken a long time to establish since the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, the constant incentives that have been there and the constant compromises that have been made to make sure that some form of cooperation will happen. It's weakened, and it's been weakened for a couple of years now. And the same with the translation of knowledge from scientific. You make these complex scientific reports, and then how will you translate it to policy? Sure, it might work very well here in Norway, but how will that happen in Russia? Like, what do we know about that? And that is also a very major risk, because that's also a country that needs to take environmental concerns into consideration at some point. And so that is a very key aspect of it. And the last thing I think is also relevant to think about is what role does I keep coming back to the role of science, but it is a reason for that, and that's what role does science, what role does the concept of scientific, integrity play? What role does it play in politics? Should one look at science as something separate? I don't think so. In the panel yesterday in the Arctic Council, it came up a question of, oh, should we count the natural scientists as naive, right? I personally don't think so, but it is living proof that this is a question that needs to be raised. What is the role of science here, and how does it matter? Thank you.
And I really liked your connection with the reporting and all that sort of stuff, because I remember moving over to Silje. And so we have Silje Bare Omarsdottir, a professor in international politics at the University of Iceland. Because I'm just remembering the experience of something when Iceland had the chairship a couple of chairs ago, in between sort of Norway and before Norway and Russia. Actually, human security and security at the local level was very important, and one of the important projects that came out of that chairship was the gender equality in the Arctic report, and that had a lot of insights coming from Iceland. And I wanted to ask you the ways in which Iceland is able to deal with the breadth of security issues on its plate and what it's likely to leave out, particularly given the fact that in Iceland there is a recognition of the local level. So how is security balanced in Iceland? Please give us some tips.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks for great conversations over the past 2 days. Iceland obviously is a very small state. We have a population just under 400,000. I was here in Oslo for Nordic India dialogues just a couple of weeks ago, and we calculated that there was 1 Icelander for every 3,700 Indians, and the Indians were complaining that they didn't have capacity to have policies on everything. The Icelanders in the room were laughing very hard at that. So one of our main problems, of course, is that we have to be very reactive because we just don't have the human capacity to plan for everything. We do have a national security policy, which, like you said, Gunhild, it's very broad, and it includes it doesn't really prioritize specific issues, but it lists among them, of course, military security, the defense of the state and its borders, etc. But it also talks about human rights, about gender equality, about global inequalities, etc. How do we deal with that? And how do we deal with that in the context of an ongoing war with what has traditionally been one of our strongest trading partners, which is Russia? And Iceland is participating, and has over the last 10 years participated much more in sanctions against Russia. And over the last 2 years specifically, it has started to put a lot more money into military security. We are far away from the 2% goal. If we calculate it at the, not extending our definitions of what is defense related, I think the percentage of our GDP is about 0.1%. So we have a long way to go to be one of the top students in NATO. But it also means that as we are increasing our contributions towards that, that other things are being put to the side, and that is maybe specifically the natural disasters that we are facing. Over the last 4 years, we've had 9 eruptions within a very short distance from the international airport, and we've had an evacuation of a municipality of close to 4,000 people. So the security of people at a very human level is strongly felt. And what is not being funded this year, for example, which was in a contract between the police is a new and the government is a new center, command center for civil protection, and so we are not doing that, knowing full well that we are going to see an ongoing series probably of volcanic eruptions. We have an increased ratio of mudslides because we have less predictable climate. and we have avalanches, and we have a huge wave of tourism that it's going down a little bit, but the scale of it is so far beyond what our infrastructures have that if we have, for example, one cruise ship that strands, we do not have the capacity to respond. And that, of course, calls for the Coast Guard to be better funded than it is, and for international cooperation to be at the highest level.
So then you point out to quite a conundrum, both with the fact that, okay, Iceland, one, does not have a military, is not necessarily meeting that 2%. And then there's this increase of natural disasters, also the larger human footprint on a fairly vulnerable environmental space, actually. So how is that balance being negotiated in Iceland between the sort of the military press, in a sense, due to the Russian war in Ukraine, and the environmental aspects, and not least natural disasters?
Well, I think actually it's not being negotiated seriously enough. That we are not focusing on the need to respond to and to to have plans on these different issues together. As we're focusing so much now on the military aspect of our security, we're not looking at, for example, the increased pressures on demand for electricity. We have massive data mining centers because they're good to have in cold places, but they're taking so much electricity that they're draining the supply from the population for just daily use. So there's all sorts of demands. How do we then meet the increased demand for electricity? Well, then are we going to destroy some of the waterfalls, which are a big pull for the tourism? And like you were saying, we're always working on one side of the cube at any given time, and we need to think about all six.
Yeah, we need YouTube solutions. That's where you
exactly.
Get your, then, we've gone from a small state, Iceland, a pretty damn small state, to let's take a large state, Tony. So then we have with us Tony Russell, Director for the Center for Arctic Study and Policy at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. And if you can say something from the American perspective with an experience, how has the U.S. managed this balance? Both sort of like federal level perspectives, actions, investments, with the needs and expectations of Arctic communities, indigenous interests, and other regional stakeholders. So there's those big security issues, and then there's what's happening at the local level. So what are some tips we can get from the US or not?
Yeah, first, it's great to be here, wonderful panel. So first, I gotta say that I'm representing my own views. I don't represent those of the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard Academy, Department of Homeland Security. And now, having gotten you excited that I'm going to say something interesting, I'm going to let you down. The U.S. Coast Guard has a pretty significant history in the Arctic. 1867, purchase of Alaska, very quickly kind of became the first federal presence in the U.S. Arctic, and was really the only federal presence for a few decades, serving as law enforcement, educators, healthcare, judges, all sorts of these kind of various roles. Obviously, a lot's changed since then, right? So we fast forward, and I'll kind of tell this story through my own personal lens. My journey into the Arctic started in 2007 from a chair in Quantico, Virginia, right, where I wrote as a Coast Guard officer sitting at the Marine Corps Command and Staff College, my master's dissertation on a national strategy for the Arctic region, and I'd never been there. And I wrote the whole thing from sitting in Quantico, Virginia, right? And that then became my next job. I was the press secretary for the Commandant of the Coast Guard, Admiral Thad Allen, and I argue that 2008 is kind of the origin story for the contemporary Arctic strategy that we're kind of living in today. That was a really interesting time. The Coast Guard was actually had started a process of divesting itself from icebreakers. I mean, we had started the process of getting out of the business, and all of a sudden, Admiral Allen is fighting to bring all of that back. And one of the experiences that I had with him was every year we would take a delegation of senior leaders from Washington, D.C. to the U.S. Arctic, to Alaska, to one, say, did you know that the United States is an Arctic nation, right? And most of them did not. And then do you know what that means? And most of them did not, right? And starting this very basic education process to get them to kind of understand what this meant and why it was relevant. And so we started that process, and I think one of the capstone moments was the release of National Security Presidential Directive 66, which is still kind of the foundational U.S. federal government document on the Arctic, which Admiral Allen, there's a funny story for how that got signed by President Bush at the time as his term was coming up. You can see me later for that one. But I would characterize that as the beginning of an episodic, imperfect, but getting better process for kind of the U.S. role of this kind of Arctic insecurity, because I like that framing of that. And by the way, I'm going to steal your Rubik's Cube, too. I'm just going to warn you, that's a great mental model.
Just cite me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Or in the words of Ben Strong, I owe you a beer. That it started that in 2008, but I would say it would be accurate to characterize that as a very top-down kind of strategy. Like I said, even my version of a paper was written from a seat in Virginia, and I thought it was brilliant, right? But then I did get to go visit the place, so we're taking these leaders to Kotzebue and to Nome and to Utqiagvik, Barrow, Fairbanks, and of course going to Anchorage as well, where kind of the governance happens, and I did start to learn more. Well, now fast forward to this role I'm in now as the Director for Center for Arctic Study and Policy, and fall of 2022 was a pretty significant period for the United States Arctic strategy, because all of a sudden you had a new national security strategy, you had a new national defense strategy, and you had a new national strategy for the Arctic region, all kind of come out in a series of weeks. And obviously the Arctic one referenced the Arctic, but let's talk about the other two for a second. The national security strategy and defense strategy had more Arctic in it than ever before. And yes, it's still a federal document, and yes, it's still largely top-down, but if you looked at that comparative to earlier ones, you would see at least some effort, some improvement to kind of bring in that local element of it. And now we've got the new Defense Department's Arctic strategy as well. But I'll kind of wrap up my answer here to say I actually had an opportunity to go to a Belfer Center Arctic Initiative event, and I was really just kind of watching the event. It was being held, I think, on behalf of the U.S. government, but most of the participants were from Native Alaskan communities. And that was really eye-opening for me to sit and watch and listen to, because this is a strategy document that to me was a very common language. I mean, many of the terms were universal, and I had never even thought that somebody else would look at the document and have some of the very basic questions they had. And it opened my eyes to just how important, to your point, perspective is, right? And so it's very easy for us to kind of have these big lofty strategies where we talk about big equipment like icebreakers and infrastructure and all of these things, and other people are like, I can't catch the fish I need to catch to sustain my lifestyle. I've got a community that I've got to decide, are we moving, how are we moving, when are we moving, how much is that going to pay for, and you're talking about all these other lofty things. So we have gotten better at getting that connection to these very important, critical local issues, but we can definitely continue to get better. And I would say kind of a mantra that I think we should kind of be giving ourselves as we challenge ourselves to do better in this field is think of it as good governance is a security multiplier. So any good governance that we can support and deliver to these local communities, be it for their food health, for their climate health, for sustainability, anything we can do in that regard has a national security benefit to it, because we are now developing positive relationships with these communities who are our constituents, right? We serve them, and so we need to make sure that we take that to heart as we develop what are very appropriately high-level documents, but making sure that their voices are represented in that.
Okay, so then what kind of investments in infrastructure, for example, or just in community building can the federal government or the local or sort of state governments think about to both improve the local security situations, both economically, environmentally, culturally, and so forth, that also has impacts, exactly as you say, on a broader sort of security picture?
Right. Well, first I want to say there's no pressure that I'm up here on the stage talking about this with Mike sitting right here. It's like having the principal standing over me while I'm taking a test. I don't have a cheat sheet. But I mentioned Mike because we actually were talking about this at an excellent event that the Fridtjof Nansen Institute event put on Wednesday for some emerging career professionals, where Mike graciously came and talked to that group at lunch. And one of my personal pet peeves of U.S. federal government strategy documents is the use of this term whole of government. It's a mandatory requirement, like you have to have it in there somewhere, or you get an F. But frankly, it's obviously really hard to do, but I would argue in some ways our government is actually designed to not allow it to happen. But it is the way that it needs to happen. And Mike used a phrase the other day, and I hope you don't mind me saying, well, we'll never get whole of government, but can we get the core of government? The 2, 3, or 4 essential agencies who can, with kind of the right encouragement and perhaps the right authorizations and things like that, can actually break through the silos that they're built in from a bureaucratic standpoint to actually then make more meaningful investments, right? And so an example I would give is the way we even sometimes phrase the port project in Nome as a military port. Well, it's like, well, if that's what we actually do, that's, in my opinion, that's probably not the most effective or efficient approach. We definitely need a port in Nome, but if from the very beginning the concept is a military port in Nome, boy, we missed some really special opportunities there. And if we're not including those communities in the thought process into what that port is going to do, how it's going to do it, how it's going to be managed and things like that, so that you can now have all of these different multiple benefits coming in, that's what we should really be striving for. And if it also has military utility as well, well, now we're getting an A+ on the homework assignment.
Well, speaking of that homework assignment, then I'm going to move to Kelsey Frazier, who's at the Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies, and she does such interesting stuff. So, and I mean, you all do, but I mean, let's you all do that. However, Kelsey gets into exactly this. If we take from what you've just said, you know, here are investments that have both benefits to society, but also can have military benefits. We're getting into sort of like that dual use or multiple use kind of categorization, right? And this is so relevant to technology. And actually, the reason why we're taking a look at the vulnerabilities that are occurring at the sub-state level, that is, to us, is in large part because of technology. So I was curious to hear from you about this whole notion of dual use, and to what degree these dual use or multiple use technologies challenged, to put it that way, sort of traditional security frameworks, particularly in the Arctic, could also be beyond the Arctic, often is. But, you know, where are the challenges now when we see that technology is actually having multiple uses, both of a military and civilian nature, but we see that they're beneficial in the Arctic?
Absolutely. So my background's engineering, and we were geeking out on quantum computing before this panel started. So it's a lovely panel. They're way smarter about policy than I could ever be. Dual-use technology is one of my favorite topics because depending on who you talk to, someone is terrified at the concept of dual use, and someone else is like, this is the best thing since sliced bread. And it really comes down to that perspective of where you're at, both in society and in that innovation cycle. So dual-use technology could be anything from satellites, it could be drones, it could be icebreakers that we're using for other nefarious things or positive things. But that technology challenges some of our concepts around security frameworks because historically, those security frameworks were focused on kinetic threats. You know, what happens if there's a big flash in the sky? Well, it's very quick, and we need to protect against that. But what if all the water stops running in the pipes? What if the internet goes down? What if you no longer know where you're located and you're in the car and you're trying to drive somewhere because GPS isn't working? So the challenge to modern security and modern concepts of security is that we have modern technology, and it's more than kinetic. So as we start to have conversations about security as a concept, security in a regional perspective in security, we have to keep in mind that it's not just about things that go boom. It's often about the little things that we take for granted. So yeah, dual-use technology can be wonderful. But as often is the case, it depends on your framework and how you're using it. So for one example, AI. AI is what everybody wants to talk about in my circles because, of course, it's so much fun to use. But depending on who you talk to, some people feel like AI is the rise of the robots and they're going to eat us. And others feel like AI is going to just save the day. It's going to make new efficiencies. We're going to be able to do more with less. And that really depends on what your plans are for that technology. Are you going to use it for the betterment of society, or are you going to use it for nefarious purposes against society? And the challenge or the gap that I see in some of our traditional frameworks around security is that we're not focused on that gray zone area. We talk about it, but we haven't quite progressed to the point where we might have an overabundance of frameworks and legal documents that allow us to kind of get at some of the challenges there. Not perfect, but an opportunity to have more conversations.
So you make me think about the benefits that we have, right? And say like the internet, and you're saying, well, what if the internet goes down? Yeah, but we've got a solution, right? Because we're constantly developing technologies, and we're relying a lot on satellites, technologies in outer space, and having the benefits of that connectivity that you can't take out a tower then on the ground, right? Because we're connected. And this is really important in the Arctic for connectivity reasons. However,
there's always a but.
Exactly. I mean, let's get into this. What about taking out the satellites? I mean, there's a whole myriad of satellites. I've been told that, oh, well, there's just so many of them that, if one gets taken out, we can rely on the others. But it doesn't necessarily function that way, right? What can you tell us about the vulnerabilities we have with the technologies in outer space, and either how we mitigate that, or maybe how we almost need to think about non-technological solutions in the midterm when these gaps occur?
Well, that's complicated and could be somebody's dissertation. So we are challenged, and what we're starting to see, you don't have to go far into the news cycle to see GPS spoofing, hacking of systems, cutting of fiber optic cables that will connect the ground-based stations to satellite receivers. That happens. We don't have to go far back, 2018, 2019. The technology depends on our ability to secure the location and to secure our societies. Satellites are fantastic, but only if the people are also working in tandem with the satellites. There are many challenges. There are many ways to intercept what's going on, and we see that. I would say that in the interim, the challenge around communication is vast, and it's wonderful to have allies and partners who are trying to build like that next phase. But no, if one satellite goes down in the Arctic, I think all of us in the room know that means there's no communication, because that might be your one satellite in the region. But that's changing, right? We've got Starlink that's starting to go up. We have these commercial applications coming online. We have partnerships between nations to increase the number of satellites and communication points. And that is really for the betterment of security from a government perspective, but also security at a local community perspective. In my state of Alaska, a satellite phone might be your only method of communicating with your family. It may be your only point of being able to communicate outside of your village. And so to lose that makes you more than just insecure. Now you're really vulnerable to any type of outside influence, or just the fact that nature is trying to kill us constantly every day. So I hope that, as we move forward, the technology coming out is going to not only increase our resilience, but allow us to challenge some of these definitions of security. You know, it's not just the kinetic, it's also the communication security. And I'm always heartened to come to conferences like this where we start to broaden that definition. And this is why. It's because if you can't depend on the basic functions of society, then there is no security there. It's great if you have a military, but if you can't communicate with one another, you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, and the world of hurt, and I'm just going through, we're going to some of the questions from the audience, and a really important question that has been raised is taking a look at the ways, like looking at technology, and we're using technology to also try to address climate change. And this is actually to the whole panel. So, and as we're pursuing climate change and the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, UN Sustainable Development Goals, one audience member is saying, yeah, but what if some of the technological innovations are actually problematic and end up being what you can call greenwashing, even so far as green colonialism it's been called. So how do we reconcile our use of technology with and trying to mitigate climate change with the needs on the ground, with the needs of communities? And I'm wondering, Abhijit, if you might have some reflections about that.
I actually do. I think a lot of what has been said on the panel does point to the fact that security is more than just hard security. There's communication security, there's data security, there is security of resources, there's security of livelihood, as came out in some of the panels yesterday. The point being that at a sub-state level or at a human level, people have their own understanding of what constitutes development, progress, security for themselves. The point is that sometimes, and this is not just limited to the Arctic, this is a tendency or a phenomenon that we see across the world. Sometimes what happens is that governments try and implement measures that they think are in the best interest of the people. But the people, or sub-state level actors, they are not quite convinced that what's being, and this is exactly what the question says, that there's some kinds of technology that's actually problematic. How do you reconcile these two views? And that can only happen if there is a dialogue between. I mean, I'm coming back to the theme of the session, which is how do you reconcile the sub-state narratives with state narratives? And for that, you need an open, honest dialogue, and you need a greater appetite among state actors to actually absorb a lot of what the sub-state is telling you, and not be, in a sense, how should I put it, condescending or patronizing about, this is development, just take it because it's good for you. People don't like that kind of an approach. And so, from an outsider's perspective, I mean, I'm not from the region. It just adds another layer of complication to an already complicated discussion. For India, it seems as if we've got to deal with this problem between Russia and the rest, and they're all partners for India. India actually sees all of them as friends, allies, countries with which we can work with. But when you have this whole sub-state narrative, where the people don't seem convinced about what the state is saying about security and development is really in their best interests, then for non-Arctic states, it becomes a bit problematic. That's what I would say on this issue.
Yeah, and I'm actually drawing on that because you're talking about, well, let's find out what the security perceptions are at the sub-state level. There's a really good question, again, from the audience, actually distinguishing what's happening at the sub-state level. So not everybody has the same security perspective. So this question is a very good question. How do we, or can we, distinguish between local and indigenous security? I'll go to Celia and then to Serafima to answer the...
Well, being the only country in the Arctic that doesn't have an indigenous population, maybe I shouldn't step too hard on that one.
No, but I mean,
but this
at
question
least
of,
local
you know,
perceptions.
the local, and because I think it's really important for us to understand the different perceptions of what constitutes a threat and how we, as different people in different places, understand what is going on around us and how our governments and international actors can respond to that. And we've been running some surveys in Iceland on what threatens Iceland's security, etc. And it's so interesting, and we hardly ever talk about these differences, that women are much more concerned with great power competition in the Arctic than men are. If we dig into the data, I think we start to see such different understandings of what it is that is threatening. And for different countries, for different parts of different countries, you can imagine the different security perceptions of people in Kirkenes and Oslo. So and then bring in the indigeneity and other variables, and we're going to have far more complex understanding of security than if we just look at what a state says about its national security.
Mm. And Serafima, so in the Arctic Council, we have the permanent representatives of the indigenous peoples there. So how does the Arctic Council at all come with any sort of solutions, or able to distinguish, local versus indigenous, or is the way to try to reconcile those types of views, or rather allow for contestation, but have good solutions for finding compromises, which is what that previous question is actually looking at, saying, you can't just solve climate change, bang, this way, without looking for compromises at the local level. So what would you say?
Well, what I want to say, I think that a society or a population is not necessarily stronger than its most exposed community, first of all, and all of these problems are extremely intertwined, and hence looking at them from a more intertwined or holistic type of way is also important. And the reason I'm saying this is because when we talk about local, are we talking about local versus indigenous communities, or are we talking about the fact that indigenous communities should, the fact that the premises, the power premises that are imposed on indigenous communities are unfair, and then they should be, is it a conflict between local and indigenous, or is it a way to synergize those two, I think? Just to ask a question about the question. No, with the Arctic Council, I cannot speak for any permanent participants, as I am very much a non-indigenous person, and cannot necessarily know the extent of which the prominence of the power structures are there, but I can say that having a form of international cooperation where you also include indigenous voices is important. And of course, I could come here and I could say that, okay, but this is one of the few places where you have indigenous groups, and whoa, this is amazing. Sure, but the truth is there is conflict all the time, and I think it's important to listen, just to listen. And I know the answer is a little bit of wishy-washy, but I chose to make it like that because I think that it's very important for... I can't really speak on behalf of any indigenous groups, but I can speak on behalf of what I see is that, okay, we have some form of attempt to reconcile. Is that attempt effective? Who can get to say if that attempt is effective? Yes, and just a little note on the previous question when it comes to the green conflicts and green colonialism as well, is that all of these issues are very much intertwined. How we look at our planetary health, climate, how we look at indigenous issues, it's very intertwined with how we value or which logics we value in a society. And it depends on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony, go ahead, please. I was just going to ask you a question, but jump right in. Yeah.
I had the pleasure of walking around on the Coast Guard cutter Healy in Reykjavik last year, but I was doing it with Matt Bell, who now works with the Ted Stevens Center, but retired Coast Guard admiral from the 17th District. And the Coast Guard rightfully likes to organize what we do around our 11 statutory missions, right? Because that is what the Congress and the federal government authorizes us to do. But I personally sometimes get a little frustrated when we say that, because I think it sometimes lacks some important creative freedom that is needed for the Arctic, because what works elsewhere does not necessarily work in the Arctic. And on that conversation, Admiral Bell and I both kind of looked at each other and almost said the same thing at the same time. Community relations is a mission. And what that really means for these Arctic communities, especially in the U.S. Arctic context, local Native Alaska Indigenous communities, is that, and this goes to the technology question too, resilience really is the key. Resilience requires relationships. Tropical Storm Merbach is a really great case study of that, right? So that's a big, essentially hurricane, tropical storm equivalent storm that in the typical Bering Sea fashion pops up with no warning, hits the coastline, timed with some really bad tides as well, and just trying to figure out what has happened. You know, the first step in any sort of emergency management response is especially difficult in that area, because who are you calling? Who are you asking? How do you know? And those communities always have the dilemma of, and I don't mean to speak for them, but I've kind of heard these stories told, is when they need something, they have a hard time getting a hold of anybody. And then when the government wants to do something, all of a sudden everybody is trying to call them, and they're very quickly inundated and overwhelmed. And then to the point of technology, it's great that we have all these technological advancements coming, but in the Arctic, they always have their limits, because one, they might not work. Two, they might not be resilient. I mean, the Alaska experienced its own cable cutting this year, and it just happened to be a natural one when the ice cut through the cable on the bottom of the ocean. So it shows you how difficult the environment is. But that means when first responders are thinking about what they can do, unless they've done some really detailed planning, their plan may never even get off the ground, because as soon as they're like, where are we going to land? Oh, there is nowhere. Are we going to get up there by barge? Well, what time of year is it? Right. And then where are we going to sleep? How are we going to get fed? Because all those logistics are the very basic logistics of those communities. And so this is that element of national strategies with local relevance. How do you make sure that those considerations get baked into those strategies? And more importantly, it's not even the strategies, it's more the implementation of the strategies.
Okay, well, I think it's actually up to Kelsey to solve all those problems for us, because she's going to be dealing with the technological side. But we have to end at this point, even though I had some questions again for Kelsey. But I want to, she's relieved. You're one panel away. So I just want to thank all of you for tying really big threads and helping us solve a little bit of the problem of the Rubik's Cube. So thank you very much for this great panel.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gunhild. We are, as you now are accustomed to, just doing a quick microphone swap. So we'll start again in 7.5 minutes.
So, Andreas, I want you all to sit ready up here. You decide where you sit, but get a microphone on you. You just tell me when you want me to. This is mitt företag i Köpenhamn. Ja, om ikke før det på Island eller Tromsø eller wherever. Jeg har lyst til å kjøpe, jeg skal jo kjøpe noen og springe halvmaraton. Ja, hva skal jeg gjøre? På søndag skal jeg springe halvmaraton. Og så flyr jeg til Canada fra København på natt. Så jeg og min kone skal springe halvmaraton.
Så håper jeg, du vinder den konkurrence.
Ja, det er ikke sikkert. Det er ikke sikkert.
Nå, men det kan være, at du selv må stå og hætte.
Ja, ikke sant. Are we getting undressed?
Get this fixed.
Now they're all leaving. They don't want to hear you.
I will criticize the hell out of it. It's too much. No, I want to be proactive. Really. I know nothing about it.
No, but
you just tell me when you want me to finish. I will have my phone out there, but just and you give me the.
I think this conference could have been 1.5 days. I think you should have more than 1 day if you're getting people to fly in from India and China and America. But 2 days is long, especially before we.
Hi. Oh, that's Amelia. Good. I didn't see her yesterday.
Andreas Twins, very good to see you. I'm sorry I missed it yesterday morning, but Angelina, Tavo, and Buddha were there.
Yes, they were here, yeah.
And I had something else, but always good to be there.
Yes. The other we're just sitting in it.
What's the boss?
Yeah? Is he coming?
They're waiting for one person. Check. Okay. So maybe it's not coming. I'll let you know. Yeah.
Yeah, the nipple. Okay, perfect. Room is quiet, exactly on cue. Wonderful. For the last session, it's getting dark in here while it's sunny outside. So I'm sure you would rather be out there in the sun after two relatively packed days. But that's the way we like to have it. So, does the Arctic matter? We heard a bit in the last session here about the Rubik's Cube. I've never managed to solve one. So I don't know if Gunhild has or if she will. I don't know if the moderator in this last panel, Andreas, is he the other Andreas? If you know anything about Arctic affairs, you know there are two Andreases. I doubt that this Andreas has solved the Rubik's Cube either, but I don't know. Andreas Raspotnik is my good friend and colleague here, leading us into the last session. Does Arctic geopolitics matter to the world? So we're zooming out again. We're asking the big question. And Andreas promised me that he will be a bit blunt, a bit provocative. As we heard also in the last session, that perspective matters. Where you're coming from matters, right? And every time I meet Andreas, every time we go for a beer together at an Arctic conference, he always complains that in Austria, where he lives on a daily basis, no one cares about the Arctic, which again provides perspective. Right? And don't forget to ask questions. I haven't reminded you throughout the day, but you still have asked questions, so I don't need to remind you. You're a highly competent audience. But still, just a final reminder about asking questions using the QR code in the program. Andreas Raspotnik, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the last panel. I'm glad there are still some people here. With that, I think most important session of this entire security conference, and when I reached out to our panelists, I actually said that we'll have the task to not only sum what has been set up here, but really put that entire discussion in a global context. Because I think what we fail as any bubble, but particularly in this Arctic bubble, is that we keep on meeting and we keep on talking how important the Arctic is, on how important the Arctic is from a security perspective, from an environmental perspective, but we never zoom out. We stay within that bubble. We keep on kind of like, and now I try to be naive, provocative, and whatever you call it. We keep on clapping our shoulders how great the Arctic is, how much we know about the Arctic, how much we know about the threats that are emerging and happening in the Arctic. But we never zoom out. We never put the Arctic in a global context. And the question is then, the question I have is that just a human thing, or is it particular an Arctic bubble thing? So the idea of that session, that last session, is really try to summarize what we have heard a bit over the last 1.5 days and try to put that in an Arctic context. We heard a lot about interest from non-Arctic actors, but we hardly define what those interests is. Like we talk about threats that are coming from the outside, but we hardly define what these threats are. So we hear how important the Arctic is, but then at the same time, the Arctic remains a cliche outside the Arctic. If you remember what the colleague from BBC said yesterday when he reports about Arctic matters. So the question is really here for our panel to be a bit provocative to that, to our bubble as well, to say, okay, institution matters, but maybe interests matters more than institution, something we have heard over the last few days, yesterday as well. And the question is really what the colleague of Rennie Church-Key said, Matt in a previous, it's like, how does the Arctic really matter in a global security perspective, And I'm very happy that we have a very broad panel here, coming both from Brussels all the way to Shanghai, to join us here and discuss this question. Really try to zoom out from this Arctic debate where we all know each other, we all know the nitty-gritty details, into how does it really matter in the day-to-day policy making in Brussels or in Shanghai and India and the rest of the world, also trying to put it a bit more into the academic perspective, IR perspective as well. So welcome everybody here and welcome to my panel. I will shortly introduce them and then I'll ask a very broad question to all of you and then we'll follow up in hopefully a bit of a dialogue and debate here. To my right, it's Angelina Eichhorst from the European External Action Service, so the diplomatic service of the European Union. An entity that has been developing its Arctic policy for over 15 years, an entity that is debated in this country sometimes, but not really. Another thing that always strikes me as somebody from continental Europe, that you are affected by changes in Europe, but you don't discuss the entity that is most affecting your foreign policy as well. So, Angelina, welcome. To her right, we have Randy Church-Key, who all of you know, director of the Ted Stevens Center for Arctic Security Studies, Anchorage. Welcome. To his right, we have Uttam Singh, Senior Fellow from the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, India. Very much looking forward to your input as well. Then, of course, our old friend from the Shanghai Institute for International Studies, Professor Yang Xian. Welcome again. And to the very right, our director at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, Eva Neumann. Hello, Eva. Nice to have you also here. So I will start with Angelina. You work for the European External Action Service, the diplomatic service of the European Union. External actions, foreign policy is a complex matter in Europe, particularly from your perspective and the European Union's perspective. But when you talk about foreign policy challenges, either with regard to your relationship with Russia, China, Europe's global perspective, where's the Arctic? How do you put that? How do you put discussions you have with member states, with your colleagues? How does the Arctic fit into that discussion?
Super, thanks a lot. It's great to be here and thank you for staying until the very last session. Brussels, Arctic, and actually the bigger question of global challenges. I have 3 references for you about how the EU sees actually the state of the world today. I go back to 2003, when we said that Europe has never been so safe, so prosperous, nor so free. That was in 2003. In 2016, we said we live in a more connected, contested, and complex world. Only 6 years after, our definition, and that you find in the Strategic Compass, and I hope many of you have read it. It's a fantastic document about our security challenges. But in 2022, only 2 years ago, we said Europe is in danger and we are witnessing the return of war to Europe. So I will come immediately to your question. We have totally redefined in our foreign policy, in our being, in the work of Brussels with 27 member states, where are our offensive interests and where are our key challenges? And now we are at key threats. We are at war. We feel this very strongly on the continent, across all of the member states. We are trying to set this also globally out to our partners. Be aware that what's happening on our east flank, the invasion of Russia, is going to affect us all. And it did. It affected the world globally. Our strategy and our approach to Arctic matters was already defined in 2021. So it was before the Russian invasion. And there we tried to have sort of a full picture of why does the Arctic matter for the EU and also vice versa. What we have not done is actually translate that full picture into real policy among the member states. And as a policymaker, we always have to assess, do all the member states actually agree to it? Can they find themselves into it? And there were quite some novelties in the ideas, but we never put it to decisions among member states in real policy making. We were trying to do so, but then the war started and the whole machinery was upside down. We have an envoy in Arctic matters. I hope she will come soon to Norway again. She's known to many of you. There's a new person now. The point I'm making is that we will probably, in view of all the challenges we have the next 5 years, put the Arctic high on the agenda. I say probably, because that's not up to me, that's up to member states to decide, but I just feel that from the urgency that is boiling, for all the reasons we know, and I see it also strongly in our own institutions and the policy guidelines, the political guidelines President von der Leyen has put forward to Parliament, that the Arctic will be there as a key focus of certainly a number of member states, but most likely also all of us. So it's one of the reasons why I'm here today as well, but you will see that there will be in the diplomatic world much more focus. For all the reasons we know, which I don't need to repeat, you heard them all at the panels the past 2 days.
Can I quickly follow up on that? You know, I think you mentioned something that's very important for us here to understand and also to constantly repeat. The European Union is a union of member states. Member states have different identities, different ideas about foreign policy, and of course the war had a different kind of impact on the member states. So if you talk to somebody in Finland, in the Baltics, they maybe have a different background, a different history when it comes, or for sure have a different history when it comes to their relationship with Russia than maybe somebody in Spain. Then again, the European Union is very strong when it comes to trade. The single market, you know, that's one of the powers Europe has, you know. And then you also try to make that a foreign policy issue, you know. And then we just heard, like, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, the Spanish Prime Minister, you know, went to Shanghai, you know. And you have a European idea of how to tackle foreign policy issue, and then you have member states who have national interest, you know. How do you try to bring that together, and how could you bring that together in the Arctic that is so close for some states and so far away also mentally for others?
Yeah, you do that actually through a very natural mechanism in Brussels, that you sit around a table until you have found a compromise around it. 27 member states with different interests, I agree. But for instance, on the whole issue of Russian aggression on the continent, we have been really, really strongly united. What you see in the media is always the moment when one leader says something somewhere for some reason. But what you don't have in the media is when we agree on a daily basis on sanctions, on measures, on positions, on what we are doing, not just on Russia, also on China, as you mentioned, but also our approach to Africa or to the Balkans or to enlargement or with the United States, etc. United Kingdom is also a very good example. United and very, very, let's say, determinant in defending the interest we stand for as European Union today. I always mention the values. It's a big chapter that many people question, but it's out there because we have truly, we feel, the values that we want to continue to work and defend. So it's a lot of work in Brussels to get to that consensus. And you mentioned the single market. It's absolutely the jewel of the European Union 30, not just 27, but also Norway, also Iceland, Liechtenstein. It's an absolute jewel for people to be able to have a quality standard of life they really want to continue to adhere to.
Be careful to mention to the Norwegian that they are connected to Europe, you know, or the European Union. You know, that's a quite
I'm proud. I'm a proud European.
I'm here to provoke. That brings me now to, before I go over to Randy, brings me to our colleagues from India and China here. I mean, unfortunately, you're the only ones from India and China, so you have to tell us now everything about India's and China's interests in the Arctic, you know, the threat that comes from your increased interest to Arctic security, et cetera, et cetera. What I always, and you mentioned values, what I'm always interested as an academic is, we often talk here in the Arctic debate is that we have certain values in the West, and maybe China or others have different kind of values, and that is a danger to Arctic security. But I don't know the different kind of values that Chinese have, for example, to global governance or to certain other aspects, you know. And we heard in the previous session as well that when it comes to India and the world, they are partners and friends, and you partner with Russia, you partner with states that we Europeans might not partner at the moment, and for very good reasons. So the question first goes to Uttam and then to Jan. Tell us a bit more about how the Arctic fits first India's ideas on how the world should function, or like India's role in this more globalized world as a future big power?
Well, thank you, Andreas, for this question, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Andreas, Celine, for inviting me over. This is a great setting, and I'm familiar to Norway. I've been traveling here since 2006. I've visited various parts of Norway, and I think I'm quite comfortable with the idea. And I know the security connotation has changed, and it has a broader meaning today than what it was in 2006 when I came. Security was a dreaded word, and I think scholars didn't use it. It wasn't used in the Arctic Council itself. I like the way you put India and China. To remind the audience, India and China together is 2.8 billion people. 100 years back, that was the population of the world. So in a sense, you are actually dealing with planetary powers in that sense. And you have more number of people to feed, people who require energy, there's aspiration, there's demand, there's a great amount of state attention and the way they need to deal with those issues that these two big populated countries are going to deal with. I think from an Indian perspective, and India, by the way, is not an alien country to the Arctic. I think we have colonial participation because of the Svalbard Treaty in 1920. We have civilizational connect, which goes back 5,000 years, in the sense of how the Aryans moved from the Arctic region to the India land, and there are evidences to suggest that. We are connected historically, of course, and also in the sense racially. The profiling of India and its racial profile goes back to the Arctic. And I think, therefore, we're not alien to this place. We know this place. Also, in terms of our science, I think that is where we are really connected with the Arctic. So if you ask the question, does geopolitics matter in India? To an extent, yes, but not to an extent as Arctic science matters to India. And I think there is a link of science that brings India closer to the Arctic region. And that's because of the great Himalayas that we exist in and the great coastline that defines India's physiography. And over the years, as science has told us with evidences that there is a direct connect or a teleconnection between what is happening in the Arctic to what is happening in the Himalayas. And I think this attention to the new resources, and what are these new resources? I think for India in the subcontinent, the new resources are snow, ice, and permafrost. And I think the more we pay attention to this, the more we realize how existential this new resource is. If you look at the Himalayas, and by the way, that is the third pole, because after the first, the North and the South Pole, the largest accumulation of glacier, snow, and ice is in the Himalayas. And what is existential in this resource is much of that melting of the glaciers leads to fresh water and the rivers that really builds up the economy and the aspirations of the people in that region. And that is the Himalayas for you, and that is the Tibetan watershed for you. And I think we, India and China, need to pay specific attention to this very critical zone, which is fast changing, being impacted by climate change and global warming. So you have a different geographical interpretation of where we are and the connection. I mean, we all very easily say that, Arctic is very far for India, but actually it is very near in terms of these connections in the sciences that brings us this knowledge about how interconnected and intertwined we are. And I think one of the reasons what the Arctic is doing to the science and the scientific community in India is probably redefining the whole conception of the region in which we exist. And I think this is a fundamental shift in the thinking. In fact, even the subcontinent, the region in which India lives in, now is being evaluated through its ecosystems. The continental has had a very tough politics. Its history has been riddled with bloodshed and partition. It's never been an easy political relation with the neighboring country. But if you focus on the ecosystem of the region, the Himalaya watershed, the monsoon Asia, the great common seas that exist there, you bring in a different picture. And I wasn't surprised that over the last 5 to 6 years, Arctic Council was in the imagination of many of the scientific community in India as a perfect example where, people cooperated through science. Even the most difficult countries like Russia would participate with the Nordic countries and bring in these elements of science to the front and therefore make the whole regional context. And therefore we did talk in a great sense about something called the Himalayan Council, the Himalayan Scientific Council, very similar to what the Arctic Council did. And I think Arctic Council remains for us an important institutional mechanism, and there are lessons to learn here. And I always look at, regions through its ironies of history. And one of the great ironies of the Arctic Council and the Arctic is when Gorbachev went to Murmansk and said Arctic is a peace zone, it spurred a lot of imagination. For example, Finland went all out to build up this great coalition of what is called the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy Program or something in 1991, and then it led to the Barents Secretariat, and then 1996 to the Arctic Council. And I think that is a great example of an institution coming up in times of the post-Cold War. And the irony of it is that it's all been spoiled, at least in a sense it's been now sort of, in some suspension, as to put it. There's no peace zone anymore, there's a zone of tension happening. There's no cooperation anymore in the Arctic Council. For us, I think that is a good lesson. And it tells us that politics and peace, if it is not maintained and sustained, can disrupt any institutional mechanism that can come away. So there's good lessons to learn from the Arctic Council. But I think for us in India, where we are, and how we look at the Arctic, I think it's the science of the Arctic that tells us many things.
Can I follow up on that? So you talked a lot about the importance of science in the Arctic. But in day-to-day policy making, foreign policy making in India, and India's perception of the world and its role in the future world, also you said, we try to simplify here, but of course the relationship with China and others is also complex for you. How does the Arctic fit in that global perception India has about the world? Is it a place, okay, we can learn there scientifically, or is it more that we need to be aware of in the Arctic, or is it just like, they're interested in science, take off, goodbye?
Well, quick response to that would be, of course, we shouldn't be too caught with the idealism of science. I think there is also the reality of politics. And the Arctic Council, we have long-standing strategic partnership with the United States and a long-standing strategic partnership with Russia. I mean, that's the reality of things. And with China as an observer members, another interesting dynamic emerges. So I think you have three countries here that, in a sense, would make us observe and be watchful of what is happening there. I think there is a equidistance diplomacy that we have. Russia, yes, it's always there, clear, nothing to hide about India's interest with Russia. But I think India also has its larger interest with the Nordic countries, with Norway in particular, especially from the scientific point of view. There is this whole idea of building a polar research vessel, and I think Norway and many of the Nordic countries become a knowledge base here to help us understand what this research vessel is. We have a lot of scientific and academic collaboration and cooperation with Nordic universities, particularly the Norwegian university. So you see, we have an open sort of diplomacy with all the countries in the Arctic Council. And I think in that sense, we do tend to observe what is happening, the geopolitics of it in particular.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I want to move on to Shanghai and to Xi'an. I mean, of course, you have the most difficult role here because China is everywhere, and we heard a lot about the Sino-Russian collaboration that is affecting Arctic security, and it's coming closer, etc. And but I also want to ask you the same question. In China's day-to-day political debate, maybe again, it's a complex world we live in, but maybe you can simplify a bit here as well. How does the Arctic fit China's debate when China or Chinese policymakers talk about China's role in the Arctic? Let's start from there, maybe.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be invited to participate in a very timely and important conference. I think Andreas, you raised the question about the cooperation between European EU and Nordic country and China there because the difference of value, there's some conflict or not. I think that's as a point to get the question about the dialogue between I labeled as the Arctic Circle and the dense populated circle. India and China with about dense populated circle. Arctic Circle is very unique for environment, for the Earth system. So such kind of dialogue you can see 2 decades ago. And the policy in China now, you can find how Nordic country, how EU reshape China's climate change policy, China's ocean policy, China's biodiversity policy, and China's green transition policy. You change us a lot. I think maybe the process is painful, but I think the result is good. That's a dialogue between Arctic Circle and the dense populated circle, not only China, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Japan. If this proposition is right, that humans' activity is the main cause of the climate change. So dense populated area, their way to get their economic growth, how the green technology can be adopted. So I'm very glad I'm part of the process, that part of dialogue. If, back to the security issue, if Arctic will back to the Cold War, back to the East-West tension again, how for us, for the people in the low altitude, for dense populated area, why we should talk about the climate change, energy transition, about shipping? No need, because Arctic once again became Cold War area, conflict area. So I think this 2 days listen, I think this Arctic security issue should be totally discussed. In the last 7 decades, in the timeline, we witnessed 2 kinds of security. The first one is the building our military superiority over of the rivalry camp or rivalry bloc. And then we, in our in-group country, are security. That's the first one. The second one is that comprehensive, I think that's created by European country, comprehensive security. The high political security issue, low political security issue, all the members, including local community, indigenous people, they are just high spectrum of the security. All the 8 members are included altogether. That's the one. So for the Asia scholar, for the scholar from Asia, from low altitude, we witness this process. We find it's wonderful. We find at the end of the Cold War, very success story take place in Arctic. The country working together to, by means of the environment protection, scientific cooperation to make this regional political stability and peace. I think it's a very successful story. If we, Argentina is here, let me think, if we talk about the legacy, political legacy of the human civilization after World War II, the most important one legacy is EU, the integration process, successfully deal with the sovereign issue and including the history of sorrow between France and Germany. But after the Cold War, what happened in Arctic is very, very successful because it's adding the security of the Earth system as one of the top. That's not only security of any given country's the sovereign and sovereign territory, but also the Earth. God would not help us to get a chance window to fix the Earth. That's very important. Like these 2 days, in my mind, is maybe we pay less attention to the security of the Arctic Council. We took it as a tool to do a lot of things. But for Arctic Council, it's a resilience. is when he meets some problem, still can maintain its basic function. That's also a security. I think I understand why. 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, AC was nominated as a Nobel Peace Prize. If someone wants to rename it, I will support it. I will support it, because I think that's a successful story for us. Low attitude, I think, is well designed. It's if the northern, that's high north, no tension. And if the northern country, that's the high north country, 8 country, you're the more, how to say, high degree of civilization, you successfully deal with the region, reach the peace, and at the same time to fix the biodiversity issue, climate change issue. So for the people in the rest of us, that you can show us to the country and people in Middle East, in Africa, in South America, that you should do the same. If you are not can do this, how you convince them to do? And also for the country like in Asia. I think it's the Arctic Council and the other platform that's an institutional organization is well designed. It's a good design. It should be well prepared, well taken care of. That's just like a well-designed car. When the design was made, so you need a series of the trial drives. Now, the Arctic Council and the other institution or for the good governance in Arctic have passed their trial drive or test in urban road, and also in sunny day, just the day in Oslo. Now it's a hard time because of the Ukraine-Russian war. It's a hard time, just like you need to pass the trial drive in the muddy road. You need to try in the winter weather snowing road. Of course, we should have confidence in that. Currently there's a problem, but still we can find the hope.
But can I
stop here?
No, but
I think the time must.
You know, I'm sorry that I put you on spot now, but if we assume that there is now a Cold War area ahead of us, you know, there will be no talk between the West and Russia on Arctic issues within the Council or whatever, what could be China's role in there, you know? How could China, as the future or the current next superpower, you know, with its ideas about global governance, own values, whatever they are, what could China do in this new Cold War area up there, you know, in order to bring the West and the Russia closer together?
Very good question. For myself, I already experienced that Cold War time. And for China, it's also, it's a big triangle. I think China's policy in Arctic, nowadays you can see, to my memory, when our deputy minister made introduction about China's Arctic policy, one sentence remembers that, be part of it, be part of Arctic affair, but never overstep in. That's China's policy. As for at the current stage of the Ukraine-Russian war, China's policy is 3 no's, or be called 3 against. No escalation, no spilling over, no fanning the flame. If we put it in the Arctic, so that's the conflict in the border of the Ukraine, that should not be overspilled to the Arctic. That should be prevented. I think China have established the strategic partnership with almost all the 8 Arctic countries, but none of them have not established an ally with none of them, including Russia. I like to call that China's Arctic policy or diplomacy like the equal distance diplomacy with win-win. You can find that when China was granted observer status 11 years ago, it's United States and Norway and other Nordic countries support China to be the observer and India is the observer.
We came together.
Yeah, came together, yeah. And that's to enhance the dialogue between the Arctic Circle and the dense populated circle. Yeah. And at that time, to my memory, Russia and Canada are reluctant to do so, but at last they do it. For the scientific cooperation, most Chinese scientists cooperation is with American scientists, Nordic scientists, European scientists, and Canadian, but only few part of them we work with. You can make a statistic about the publication. About shipbuilding, maybe a partner is Russia and Nordic country, Norway and Finland. And for the oil and gas, our main partner is Alaska and Myanmar. So you can find that only for the Arctic issue, that's the equal distance with win-win. So we now choose camp. You will see that how the war, Ukraine-Russian war affect. In the COSCO, usually one of the leading shipping company, also the China's shipping company, also in the top leading company in all over the world, stop almost 3 years to take the Northern Sea route. That's the kind of effect on China's sea. I would like to stop here.
No. Very interesting to listen to. I want to bring in Randy, Randy Church-Key. We heard from your colleague Matt before that everything in Washington these days is about China when it comes to Arctic issues, and the other way around. But it still takes a long time to convince other policymakers in Washington than the usual suspects we know in the Arctic that the Arctic is important. So could you tell us a bit more about that entire debate in Washington and how this global change, the dynamics that are changing that we heard so much about this, do they affect the EU's Arctic ideas, or how the Arctic fit this more global ideas the United States has?
Please allow me a chance to lay some framework for that, and then I will address the question. In June 1984, I worked for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Alaska. The same year that the Arctic Research Policy Act in the United States was promulgated, and it has driven the research part of the equation for the United States in the Arctic ever since. At the same time, the United States was deeply involved as part of NATO in a conflict that never went kinetic, by God's grace and forbearance of many, against the Soviet Union. Today, of course, the Arctic is the people who are part of the Arctic family, and this has been a conversation here about the Arctic family. What we're trying to prevent is this Arctic family becoming the Arctic echo chamber. We have to think large, we have to think deep, and we have to remember long. And we also got to remember the distinctions in nuances truly matter. For example, we can have a big tent to think about the Arctic, but we have a defined tent when it comes to Arctic governance. And the United States, of course, as a global nation with global commitments, an integral member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that just celebrated 75 years of existence since the Washington Treaty was implemented. And today, of course, NATO stands at 32. And I wake up every day celebrating the fact that Sweden and Finland are part of the greatest alliance of military securities in the history of mankind. So when you think about the number of challenges that the United States as a global power is concerned about, the Arctic has to remain in context. The geophysical changes to the Arctic, of course, we in the Arctic family know about this. And the geophysical changes over the last number of years is driving the geostrategic equation. But again, the Arctic in context remains that the United States as a global power has interest, deep interest in Europe, deep interest across the Indo-Pacific region, the Middle East, and more. We're globally engaged, and we're a nation, despite the fact that we're 330, I think, million people, we have finite resources. We have a significant national debt. And so the theory of constraints and how much we prioritize the Arctic has to be remembered. The United States, of course, works with our like-minded nations within the alliance, of course, but also across, if I can borrow the term from my dear friend, Dr. Mike Schrega, the arcs that relate to the Arctic, from the European theater, the Eurasian theater, North America, and of course, the Indo-Pacific. So we look at today the fact that rising economic powers in the Indo-Pacific, a strong transatlantic relationship that includes the transatlantic Arctic bridge between the North American allies and the United States with our European allies. Specifically looking at today, we have to remember that there's only so many resources to go around. How do we prioritize the aspects of the Arctic to the national sequence, if you will, of what we will fund, what we'll resource? A nation's first responsibility is always to defend and protect its citizens. That includes, for the United States, our Arctic citizens of our country, residents of the great state of Alaska. But in this context, we know that it includes, of course, in the U.S. Arctic region, a principal part of our population is of indigenous origins. People have been about the Arctic since time began. It's also about resources that really matter. It's remarkable that an Arctic conversation that we've had the last day and a half has kind of missed one of the more compelling elements of economic concern, and that is fish. Now, the Central Arctic Basin, different story. We're not talking about fish there, but the Arctic littorals is a place where fish populations truly matter. And of course, the United States is a big fan of preventing the illegal, unregulated fishing and ultimately trying to preserve fisheries as a global resource across the planet that will ultimately, for us, is a part of the marine ecosystem. So protecting these regions, protecting the Arctic as a place that matters for our country, we always have to remember that perhaps a little bit of, within the Arctic family, a little restraint does matter. How do we try to convince policymakers to prioritize enough about the Arctic in a way that hopefully fits within the national sequence of priorities? So our dear friend, Dasdi Irish Ferguson, discussed earlier today about the release of the Department of Defense's Arctic strategy in just the 22nd of July this year. We have, on the 7th of October 2022, the United States released this national strategy of the Arctic region. And for the first time in a national priority or national strategy about the Arctic, we prioritize security as the first pillar. Kind of makes sense. But remember for us, the little appetite suppressive within the Arctic family to try to convince policymakers that you need to prioritize enough of the Arctic to make sure that it doesn't get lost in a sequence that's not at the bottom rung. It would probably not be well advised for us to say the Arctic needs to be the #1 priority of the United States. Ultimately for us, we need to make the context that if we prioritize enough, then the prevention rule will be more helpful. And then at the end of the day, and work with policymakers across the community, really the transatlantic Arctic community, this family that we have here. How do we convince the North Atlantic Council that to remind them that if you forget the Arctic, you do so at your own peril? So in context, if I can bring this to a close, we need to have a reduction in the say-do gap. We say a lot. Are we doing enough? And in this context, we can't, while we're all family members and we all have great Arctic zeal, it truly matters, though, that we balance that zeal with expectations of what all the other commitments each of our nations are facing. The Arctic is a part of it. We need to remember that stability in the Arctic truly matters. It's hard to maintain geostrategic stability unless we truly understand the geophysical changes that are driving increased access, difficulties, as we all know well, about building infrastructure on decaying permafrost and more. We need to continue to learn from the people who have been calling the Arctic home since time began, and their voices need to be included. We also need to remember that we have a war in Europe that is actually threatening transatlantic security. And we have, of course, tensions in the Arctic region because of the war that's happening in Ukraine. And then we, and among the like-minded nations that seek global security and stability, respect for the rule of law, it's important for us to band together and to continue to remind ourselves that we have global commitments that need to be informed by the need to preserve Arctic high enough in the scale to make sure that we have enough there to keep it the zone of stability and security. Because at the end of the day, war is a terrible thing. And as someone who's been in combat operations in Bosnia, Iraq, and Afghanistan, the better part of valor for us is to seek the prevention as opposed to have to respond. And this ties into the Arctic strategy that the Department of Defense just released. It's monitor and respond. And that shows, if you will, a resource-informed perspective that the United States as a globally engaged nation with a defense interests around the world, how do we do so in context? We don't over-prioritize a region that by such an over-prioritization reduces their ability to respond elsewhere. I hope that helps.
It helps a lot, and I want to challenge you as well. Like, if you say we want Arctic stability and it matters to somebody in Miami the same way it matters to somebody in Anchorage, the more we talk, the better. So why is it then too bad that China is more interested in the Arctic and India and the European Union and others, and all try to keep this region a stable one, you know, regardless the institution you discussed it?
Well, you need, my dear friend, who I like to mix it up with every now and again, you need to remember there's two very distinct perspectives here. Talking is good, but remember that governance matters. The Arctic Council is a form of governance. The Arctic nations signed up to this governance construct, and that governance construct needs to proceed. You can have a big tent to have discussions. Just remember those discussions can inform governance, but it does not supplant governance.
Excellent.
Respectfully submitted.
Yeah. That brings me to Eva, who is not only our director at FNI, but an expert in international relations. And, Eva, institutions come and go. We have a representative from the European Union here. It was not crystal clear after the Second World War that the European Union is today's leading entity in Europe. You know, that was a process, you know. So in that mindset also, thinking about the Arctic maybe a bit more abstractly and in an IR setting, institutions come and go. Cooperation matters, discussions matters, governance matters. How would you put the change we see globally, politically, in an IR perspective, how would you put that in an Arctic context? You know, the rise of China and India. I mean, it's not a rise. They are the superpowers, the next superpowers. President Obama talked about the Pacific century, you know, and now because of a war, maybe it turns back a bit. But, you know, there is change happening. It has been happening over the last decades. How would you put that in a context of, you know, the Arctic is changing, but also the international system is constantly changing, and institutions come and go, and maybe powers come and go, and we see the implosion of one power that is, like, you know, trying to...
I'm glad you asked this precise and small question.
I'm an academic, you know.
Because when you opened, you said that we should try and sum up the conference.
Yeah.
And as it happens, I've been busy with my mother-in-law's funeral over these days, so there have been deprived, depressed people and crying children all over the place. So I welcome the chance not to sum up this conference, but sum up the world situation instead. But of course, the question is on our minds. It's quite obvious that today's international system, or we should really say global system, is changing towards one around a Chinese-American axis. It's quite obvious that that everything the US does, and we've heard it said here, everything the US does here is also done with an eye to China. It's quite obvious that in a world of three or 2.5 great powers, US, China, and Russia, it's a good point, Pacha Bismarck, to be hanging with at least one of them, as it were. So the challenges are marked out. What is not so obvious is that in order to be a great power, in order to be a world power, you have to be present in all theaters. So that simply means that regardless of how important the Arctic is as a region, the very fact that it is a region means that great powers will have to be there simply to fulfill what it takes to be a great power. So the presence is there. And why is that? Simply because to be represented means to be present when actually absent. When a king is represented at some court, the king is not present, he's absent, but he has his representative there. So absence can make it up for it. Why is this important? Because if you have a present while absent, it means that everyone will have to think about your interests regardless of whether you're there or not. So when Norway sits down to make any kind of foreign policy decision, there are a couple of questions that always come up. What will the Americans think? What will Brussels think? What will Berlin think? What will Stockholm think? What will Moscow think? They may not know about what's going on at all, but they're represented simply by dint of being important for Norway. So if you're a great power, you have that presence in the Arctic, whether you want it or not. Then the question is, how do you deal with it? And what I see happening in the Arctic from the outside, as a non-Arctic scholar, reminds me very much about what I saw in the 1990s when it came to how people tried to set up new regions in Europe. I'll give you an example. The Baltic Sea region was one of the first. And all the countries around the Baltic Sea wanted this region to be figured so that they would be in the middle. Of course. I mean, if you want a region, you want the region defined so that you're in the middle. So for Norway, this was a problem because Norway isn't a Baltic Sea. We have no coasts. We're not a Baltic Sea power. But we argued that we should be there because we were at the mouth of the Baltic Sea, you see. So if you're not there and inside, you will come up with other arguments, and we've heard examples of this here as well, in order to stake your claim, right? And that's totally legitimate, and it's fine. Everybody does it. It's just important to remember that this is the game. So what I see now is that the Arctic is not only changing because of the climate, not only changing because of deployment of security, but changing because a number of important players have specific agendas about what kind of Arctic they want. And it's the clash of those agendas that will make the Arctic region. So it will add a social dimension to the should we say, geographic and material ones that are already there. I hope that goes some way towards
No, because then the question is very much, is the Arctic actually ready for that change? As complex as that statement is, the Arctic, you know, the humans, the governance structures, Randy mentioned, you know, is the region ready for that change? Because it seems to me like, and that's some of the questions that were asked here by the audience, is like, it seems there's a fear by Arctic actors, individuals, groups, entities, that, you know, you have big powers, a single market power, the European Union being interested. What does that mean, you know? You have China, India interested. What does that mean, you know, for our local communities and something? And I have a question here from the audience that I think alludes to that, actually. The question is like, how does a local fisherman on the east coast of Greenland feel that the European Union is taking the Arctic seriously, you know, or that China and India is coming to the Arctic, you know? So the question is or are Arctic securities really about protecting the capitals and lands, or is it more about building up resilient communities, you know? So it's a matter of national interests again, you know? So if the European Union is taking the Arctic seriously, if China is more interested, is it more about them or us in Europe? What would be your answer from a European perspective?
A very quick one on this one, and that's when I refer to the 221 papers we've been coming out with. This was exactly encompassing the whole of the Arctic issue, including the rights of the communities there. I mean, the fishermen, wherever in the Arctic area, we need to ask and to know and to understand, because on this panel, it's the European Union that does not have any interest in terms of, let's say, grabbing what's out there for the particular interest of one part of the EU, not at all. And I'm glad that our friend from China actually alluded to we are the peace project still in the whole setting of we absolutely will insist in all the debates around Arctic matters of looking at the full picture, the climate, the communities, the economy, the preserving local settings and security and defense, so the whole lot. And I think this is the message we try to insert in all these debates. We are not on the Arctic Council, we are, of course not, we are the European Union. But this is part of keeping that debate not just focused on very narrow particular interest of one particular power.
But, Rennie?
So, well, actually, before I respond, let me just say public disclaimer. The reflections, of course, that I provide and my colleagues in the Stevens Center, we're not policymakers. We support policymakers within the Department of Defense. So our perspective between myself, Kelsey, and Matt earlier was about a personal, professional set of reflections, not necessarily representative of government of the United States or the Department of Defense. So I will go back and, now that's out there, thanks for your forbearance, let me say that. Strategically, a term that's been out there for a long, long time, that is all politics are local. And if you look at whether there's a fisherman on the east coast of Greenland, the whaler off the north coast of Alaska, if you look at the aspects of economic and cultural, ultimately the dimensions of human security, we all, of course, those people in government are there to provide protection for those livelihoods, those people, and our national interests still have to go back to what's the impact to our individual human beings that are part of our country. As long as we have a Westphalian state, that still needs to be kind of a core competency of government. So if we look at these concerns of people seeing the fact we worry about out-migration from Arctic communities, because whether it's North America, whether it's the northern portions of Europe, northern portions of the Nordic countries, if people can't make a living, people can't provide for their future, then they have to go somewhere else where that can be so provided. I know of a number of personal anecdotes from North America where people are relocating from the north to lower latitudes where they have a chance for a future for themselves and for their families. So what really matters is that how do we make smart investments that allow people to stay? Wholesale depopulation of Arctic coastlines is in no one's interest. It was said earlier in this conference, we need, if you will, Arctic sentinels to defend and monitor our shorelines. We need vibrant economies so people can have a choice to stay in the north as opposed to have to move south. So I think it's a valid question. And it really comes down to is what sort of economic investments can companies and government and private partnerships make that help people to be able to have the choice to stay in the north? Respectfully submitted.
Well, if a fisherman at the eastern coast of Greenland is complaining that there isn't enough EU attention paid to Greenland, he has a problem. Because when Greenland gained home rule from Denmark, one of the very first things that Greenland did was getting out of Greenland. Brexit is not the first example of territory leaving the EU. Greenland left already in 1975. Now, if you don't want to play the game, then why should people invite you in? The Americans are very fond of the expression, no taxation without representation.
But we lost a lot of tea over that back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, there was, I remember, something about drinking tea, wasn't it? But there's also something about flipping this one on its head. No representation without taxation. And as a Norwegian, this weighs on my mind, because I happen to be Euro-federalist. And how can Norway come and ask the EU for favors when we've given them the shove twice? Right? That just doesn't work. So that's the micro level, as it were. At the macro level, one of my analytical sort of idols, not political idols, but one of my analytical idols happens to be Henry Kissinger. I think his book, his doctoral thesis from 1957 about remaking Europe after the Napoleonic Wars is one of the best books ever written about IR. When he became National Security Advisor, he gave Nixon one book. That was Oswald Spengler's Untergang des Abendlandes. And why did he do that? Because he wanted to sensitize, well, that's probably not the word, but it was Nixon after all, but he tried to open Nixon's eyes to the idea that what was before us was a long period of history where the West had to somehow see to it that the transition to a world, what we would now call a multipolar world, had to happen peacefully. Does this sound familiar? Yeah. Now, this has been going on. I mean, he was there over half a century ago, right? I mean, some people only wake up to this now. So the whole idea of whether we should accommodate in the Arctic, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Of course, we can't have a situation where 1 million of the world's population shall run a world of 7 billion. That just doesn't work. So of course there will have to be accommodation. The question is how.
I don't have an answer to the question of how, but I think it brings me to something I often think about, like it's then the responsibility of the Arctic community, of Arctic policymakers to bring the Arctic debate to the European Union, to China and to India, and not always expect that, okay, what can you actually do for us, but the other way around. If you want something to happen in that way, come to us. That's why the next Arctic Security Conference should not be in Oslo or in Anchorage, but in New Delhi maybe, or in Brussels again, if we want it. If not, if we want to complain about the change, we can do that at these events, you know, within our own little bubble. I know that Andreas is soon to, he cuts me off. I have another good questions here, some very specific to Angelina, so maybe you want to stay afterwards if the one who asked that here wants to talk about you, about those specific questions. Other than that, thank you very much for this very last panel, and the floor is back to the other Andreas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Sorry for cutting you off. But we are running out of time. I've been trying to stick to the schedule throughout this conference. For an academic, that's actually very hard to do. So you should be impressed on that. I just want to spend 3 minutes just as a final remark, not trying to sum up anything, especially not summing up this last panel. That's rather tricky, I think. First of all, I just want to again thank you for coming, for participating. I mean, there's still quite a few people in this room and also online, as I know. I want to thank the partners. I mean, we, the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, organized this, but together with, as I highlighted yesterday morning, the UiT, Arctic University of Norway, the Heinrich Center at Nord University, the Atlantic Committee, Norwegian Atlantic Committee here in Oslo, and this is also part of the Center for Geopolitics, the Norwegian Center for Geopolitics. And as has been in the focus on the screen the whole time during this conference is North America, and we have had North American partners, both the Knudsen Network from Canada, the US Coast Guard Academy from Connecticut, and Ted Stevens Center from Alaska, with the director also sitting up here. And I especially want to thank my colleagues and co-organizers of this conference, Iselin Winther, you saw yesterday here on the stage. And then our heads of communications as well. Anna Wallberg has also been running around. Thank you, Anna. And then I have to mention their names. They have left because they had to catch a flight, but you had some cadets actually from the US Coast Guard Academy signing you in. So Sean, Jack and Emily were really helpful in that matter. We will repeat this. This being the Arctic Security Conference, I am 100% sure we will do this again. I don't know exactly which form, which shape, which color. Iselin and I, we have to go into, I don't know, a spa treatment for a couple of days, I think, just to figure out what, maybe don't put the program that tight, maybe relax a bit, more networking, less talking. We will see, exactly. But for the one thing I know, and this is in disagreement with the other Andreas, is that the location is set. We might do a different version in New Delhi or in Shanghai or elsewhere, but I really believe in this bringing knowledge to the south, to the southerners, if you will, taking knowledge to the capital. And Iris Ferguson, who you heard from earlier today from Pentagon, she came from Kirkenes. right? She just didn't fly in from Washington to Oslo and then back again. She had to run to catch her flight back home, yes, but she came from Kirkenes. I bet that most people in Oslo have never been to Kirkenes, have never even conceived of flying to Kirkenes. I don't think we're going to have this conference in Kirkenes, but we can bring Kirkenes to Oslo, or the security issues, however you define those security issues, to Oslo. She also said another thing, Iris Ferguson, and she said something about the importance of bringing the MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs perspectives, the foreign policy perspectives, together with the Ministry of Defense perspectives. If you have any idea how difficult that is as an organizer to try to bring the defense guys and then the foreign policy guys together, it's tricky. And if you really want to hear me complain about all the other tricky situations that arises when organizing a conference, then buy me a beer. There's, for example, no Swede in any of the panels. There was one of you in the audience who actually asked a question about this. Why is there no Swede participating? Very good question. Was that deliberate? Maybe. You can ask me later on. But there's definitely room for improvement also. And we've heard also the local indigenous aspect that probably could and probably deserve a bigger position here. Okay, let's just wrap it up there. Just also with the idea that this is obviously a needed thing to have a venue or a conference such as this. We've had a wait list for 2 months already. So we had 250 people booked for this room that can take 200. We could probably have filled 400 or 500. It says something about the demand, at least in an Oslo context. So I just want to say thank you all for sticking with us, and enjoy your weekend, and we'll be back. Thank you.